We are live on YouTube. All right, today we are covering the entirety of Bond's Trends Artificial Intelligence report. It's 340 slides. We're gonna power through the entire thing. So if you want to watch this later after we've gone through it, then I don't blame you. 2 times that. But I want to go through the whole thing. You know, everyone's summarizing it, so we're gonna see all the details. Now, just some quick context and background. Bond, or Bond Capital, is Mary Meeker's venture capital firm, and Mary Meeker is notorious for her internet trends report that she's released for, I don't even know, like, I think since the 90s. And this is the first report, their first research report or trends report since 2019, and it's the inaugural, you could say, artificial intelligence trends report. So, yeah, we're gonna see what we can learn from this. And yeah, let me check my notes. Any other important context? Nope. I think I think this is important because we're shifting to, you know, kind of this new paradigm, artificial intelligence, built on top of, you know, things like the internet that Mary Meeker has talked about, you know, has reported on, has been an analyst for a while. So let me make sure we're good. We can see everything. Let me make one adjustment here. Yeah, it's good enough. I was gonna make sure it's like centered in this thing, but it's good enough. I'm gonna spend time on this. Sweet. All right, Trends Artificial Intelligence Bond May 2025. If you're watching this, the report link is in the description. If you enjoy content like this, subscribe. I stream Monday through Thursday at 9 a.m. and we cover the latest AI and AI news and big tech drama, and just tech culture in general, Silicon Valley. So subscribe if you want to tune into that. Okay. Got all the report authors. All the report authors and everything are in the description as well. All right. Context. We set out to compile foundational trends related to AI, a starting collection of several disparate data points turned into this beast. As soon as we updated one chart, we often had to update another, a data game of whack-a-mole. A pattern that shows no sign of stopping and will grow more complex as competition among tech incumbents, emerging attackers, and sovereigns accelerates. Yes, this is right up mine and the stream's alley. We talk mainly about competition in the market, so the AI market. I'm excited. Vint Cerf, one of the founders of the internet, said in 1999, they say a year in the internet business is like a dog year, equivalent to 7 years in regular person's life. At the time, the pace of change catalyzed by the internet was unprecedented. Consider now that AI users and usage trending is ramping materially faster, and the machines can outpace us. The pace and scope of change related to the artificial intelligence technology evolution is indeed unprecedented. They've used unprecedented a lot already, as supported by the data. This document is filled with user usage and revenue charts that go up and to the right, often supported by spending charts that also go up and to the right. Creators, bettors, consumers are taking advantage of global internet rails that are accessible to 5.5 billion citizens via connected devices. Ever-growing digital datasets that have been in the making for over 3 decades. Breakthrough large language models, LLMs, that in effect found freedom with the November 2022 launch of OpenAI's ChatGPT with its extremely easy-to-use, speedy user interface. In addition, relatively new AI company founders have been especially aggressive about innovation, product releases, investments, acquisitions, cash burns, and capital raises. At the same time, more traditional tech companies, often with founder involvement, have increasingly directed more of their hefty free cash flows towards AI in an effort to drive growth and fend off attackers. Global competition, especially related to China and USA tech developments, is acute. The outline for our document is on the next page, followed by 11 charts that help illustrate observations that follow. We hope this compilation adds to the discussion of the breadth and change at play, technical, financial, social, physical, geopolitical. No doubt people and machines will improve on the points as we aim to adapt this evolving journey as knowledge and its distribution get leveled up rapidly in new ways. Special thanks to Grant Watson, Kian Sanjasaz, and Bond colleagues who help steer ideas and bring this report to life, and to the many friends and technology builders who helped directly or via your work and are driving technology forward. On time, what's up? Just started. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I was gonna say something about the internet with Mary Meeker, but I can't remember. Relatively new AI companies. Yeah. Alright. Outline. Yes, it seems like change is happening faster than ever. Seems like change is happening faster. Yes, it is. AI user plus usage plus capex growth equals unprecedented. Okay, AI model compute cost high divided by rising plus inference cost per token falling equal performance converging plus developer usage rising. Okay. AI usage plus cost. Alright. Ah, shit. Alright, fixed. I think it's fixed. Dang it, I hope that was, not that bad. Sorry about that. Okay, it wasn't that bad. We're good. Okay. Sorry about that. Alright. Let's get going. So charts paint thousands of words. Yes. I love charts. I love data viz. Seems like change happening faster than ever. Yes, it is. Developers and leading chip makers ecosystem. Number of developers. Then we got time. 6 million monthly. Source leading chip maker. Is this NVIDIA? AI user plus usage plus a capex growth equal unprecedented. Leading USA based LLM users. This is ChatGPT. Yeah, weekly active users. AI users plus usage, cap growth equals unprecedented. Internetverse leading USA based LLM. Total current users outside of North America. Internet LLM. Oh, interesting. So 10%. The year 23 for the internet, AI hit it within year 3 in terms of total users outside North America. So 90% of users are using it outside of North America. Interesting. AI user plus usage plus capex growth equals unprecedented. Big 6. No magnificent 7. I guess like Netflix is probably not included because I don't really have much AI spend. Yeah, 63% growth. That's crazy. Look at this jump. It was honestly like plateauing a bit. This is like 2023. Yeah, it's Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Alphabet with AWS only. Interesting. And Meta platforms. Fitting that they got this from Morgan Stanley. I think that's where Mary Meeker used to work. And we got AI models. AI model compute cost. Cost high divided by rising plus inference cost per token falling equals performance converging plus developer usage rising. Cost of key technologies relative to launch year. Interesting. Electric power, computer memory, and AI inference. Interesting. That's an interesting metric. It looks like it's from OpenAI. Per token inference cost shown. That's interesting. LM versus Internet reps look so cool, showing humans have evolved. Yeah, totally. We're adopting new technologies much quicker too, especially more useful ones. This is interesting though. I'm not sure. Yeah, Sam Altman has said before that he thinks that like the cost of AI, at least AI inference, will likely converge with the cost of power, like eventually. So this makes sense. AI usage plus cost plus loss growth equals unprecedented, leading USA-based AI LM revenue versus compute expense. Yeah, essentially they're spending way more on compute than they are making money. Revenue blue, compute expense red. So they're spending more in revenue, yeah, than they are making money on their LLMs, on their models. AI monetization threats equal rising competition plus open source momentum plus China's rise. I'm so happy that they are talking about China a lot in this report because I think it's very relevant. I talk about it all the time about how it is going to be a race between the United States and China, and it's going to garner more influence as these AI models grow in power. And why the subscriptions are expensive? So yeah, I mean, $20 a month is like not even like. Perplexity has said that they are okay with the subscription revenue, but like I just don't know how sustainable that is considering things like this. Hence the $200 subscription that they all kind of offer too. So AI monetization threads, okay. Leading USA LMs versus China LM desktop user share. This one is desktop user share percent. Oh, I see. This is 2024. This is, yeah, February 2024, February 2025, and then April. Interesting. So it's gone down. China has gone up. Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of this chart here, besides the hype has worn off a bit, maybe, for people in the US. They don't see, it being as useful. And we've looked at before, in the previous report, we've looked at the Stanford AI Index for 2025. China is much more optimistic, and they trust AI much more than really most other countries, but definitely like almost twice the United States. AI monetization threats, rising competition, open source momentum plus China's rise, China versus USA versus rest of world industrial robots installed. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this chart's like, there's like USA just doesn't do much manufacturing. Now with the Trump administration wanting to like onshore a bunch, sure, this chart might go up, but China just like is the world's manufacturer, so it makes sense that they have more industrial robots. I don't know. Oh, cool. I need to take a look. All right, then we got AI and physical world ramps equal fast plus data driven. A rideshare versus autonomous taxi provider. Oh, San Francisco's operating zone market share. Percent of San Francisco gross bookings. Rideshare autonomous taxis. So there's more people booking autonomous taxis than there are like more traditional rideshares. Which that's crazy. I didn't realize it was that much. And I likely most of that's Waymo. I don't even know who else is in San Francisco. Cruise is gone. Zooks maybe. Yeah. Or something. Zooks, I think it's called. Global internet user ramp powered by AI from get-go equals growth we have not seen likes of before. Leading USA-based LLM app users by region. Interesting. Europe and Central Asia. This is likely interesting, yeah. I know India is a very large user of LLMs. Like I think they're one of OpenAI's like largest customer bases. AI and work evolution equals real and rapid. U.S. IT jobs, AI versus non-AI. Change in U.S. IT job postings. AI equals blue, non-AI equals green. Yeah, look at this growth. Crazy. Use it efficiently here. Funny. Need to learn. Okay. Overview. Say the world is changing at an unprecedented rate. Rates is an understatement. They've used unprecedented so many times so far. Rapid and transformative technology innovation / adoption represents key underpinnings to these changes, as does leadership evolution for the global powers. Google's founding mission in 1998 was to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Alibaba's founding mission in 1999 was to make it easy to do business anywhere. Facebook's founding mission in 2004 was to give people the power to share and make the world more open and connected. Fast forward today, with the world organized, connected, and accessible information being supercharged by artificial intelligence, accelerating computing power, and semi-borderless capital, all driving massive change. Semi-borderless capital, it's interesting. I thought that was a crypto reference, but I think it's more so just how investors are willing to invest in anyone, no matter the country, maybe, just because of AI. Sport provides a good analogy for AI's constant improvements. As athletes continue to wow us and break records, their talent is increasingly enhanced by better data inputs and training. The same is true for businesses, where computers are ingesting massive datasets to get smarter and more competitive. Breakthroughs in large language models, cost per token declines, open source proliferation, and chip performance improvements are making new tech advances increasingly more powerful, accessible, and economically viable. OpenAI's ChatGPT, based on user, usage, monetization metrics, is history's biggest, quote, overnight success. 9 years post-founding. AI use, yeah, it's like overnight success 9 years later. AI usage is surging among consumers, developers, enterprises, and governments. And unlike Internet 1.0 revolution, where technology started in the USA and steadily diffused globally, ChatGPT hit the world stage all at once, growing in most global regions simultaneously. Meanwhile, platform incumbents and emerging challengers are racing to build and deploy the next layers of AI infrastructure: agentic interfaces, enterprise co-pilots, real-world autonomous systems, and sovereign models. Yeah, I mean, agentic interfaces, we see Microsoft pushing this, Google slowly, OpenAI has, APIs that you could use with this. Mistral now has a dedicated agent interface. Claude with access to MCP, you could, easily interact with agents, and Claude Code, which is essentially an agent. And enterprise co-pilots, just yesterday, OpenAI released their business, updates for businesses that their business plan, team plans, and enterprise plans, I think, that you could record meetings, connect it to other outside connectors that have company data, and they're able to kind of help you like a co-pilot alongside doing your work and helping you be more productive. Real world autonomous systems, self-driving cars is the biggest one, robotaxis, Waymo, and slowly we're getting humanoid robotics, although we still have a while for those, and sovereign models with the likes of Humane in Saudi Arabia, with their Alam, their Arabic specific LLM, and OpenAI's Stargate / OpenAI for countries, which is them building out the infrastructure and also tailoring their models for your company, i.e. just, a sort of sovereign model. It's more so sovereign infrastructure that the country will have, and the model tuned to that. So yeah, this is all moving very quick. In like, this is all almost within like the past, like, like you're saying, like year or two. which is crazy. Waymo's been around a little while and stuff, so, but I mean, yeah, you get the idea. Rapid advances in artificial intelligence, compute infrastructure, and globally connected connectivity are fundamentally reshaping how work gets done, how capital is deployed, and how leadership is defined across both companies and countries. At the same time, we have leadership evolution among the global powers, each of whom is challenging the others' competitive and comparative advantage. We see the world's most powerful countries revved up by varying degrees of economic, societal, territorial aspiration. Increasingly, two hefty forces, technological and geopolitical, are intertwining. Andrew Bosworth, Meta Platform CTO, on a recent Possible podcast described the current state of AI as our space race, and the people we're discussing, especially China, are highly capable. There's very few secrets, and there's just progress. And you want to make sure that you're never behind. Yeah. Although I think that the space race is not putting enough weight on the potential destructive powers of AI. I keep using nuclear weapons as the analogy instead of the space race, because AI is, I guess the spaces could be as military uses too, but I think there's more detriment that could come similar to nuclear weapons than something like the space race. So, but yeah, anyways. The space races kind of seems more, it's like, like all fun and stuff, and it's like, this is like real serious, like, you know, their AI could be used as a weapon. if it's not already, it already isn't. The reality is AI leadership could beget geopolitical leadership and not vice versa. That's an interesting statement. The state of affairs brings tremendous uncertainty, yet it leads us back to one of our favorite quotes. Statistically speaking, the world doesn't end that often. From former T. Rowe Price chairman and CEO Brian Rogers. It only ends once. It could only end once, right? As investors, we always assume everything can go wrong, but the exciting part is the consideration of what can go right. And time again, the case for optimism is one of the best bets one can make. Agreed. Totally. I like that they actually say that. The magic of watching AI do your work for you feels like the early days of email and web search, technologies that fundamentally change our world. The better, faster, cheaper impacts of AI just as magical, but even quicker. Yeah. It is very fun. It's crazy. No doubt these are also dangerous in uncertain times, but a long-term case for optimism for artificial intelligence is based on the idea that intense competition and innovation, increasingly accessible compute, rapidly rising global adoption of AI-infused technology, and thoughtful and calculated leadership can foster sufficient trepidation and respect that in turn could lead to mutually assured deterrence instead of mutually assured destruction. I think the thoughtful and calculated leadership, though, like, I still think that we could use some work on this. I would not call the leaders thoughtful right now. Thoughtful in the sense of predicting the future, but not thoughtful in the sense of garnering trust with the public. For some, the evolution of AI will create a race to the bottom. For others, it will create a race to the top. The speculative and frenetic forces of capitalism and creative destruction are tectonic. It's undeniable that it's game on, especially with the USA and China and the tech powerhouses charging ahead. In this document, we share data, research, benchmarks from third parties that use methodologies they deem to be effective. We are thankful for the hard work of so many are doing to illustrate trending during this unique dynamic time. Our goal is to add to the discussion. All right. Outline. Seems like change is happening faster than ever. Yes, it is. Technology compounding equals numbers behind the momentum. Technology compounding over 1,000+ years equal better, faster, plus cheaper. More and more. Global GDP lasts 1,000+ years per Madison Project. This is cool. So we got, looks like it peaks over, you know, this looks like it's like, I don't know, logarithmic or some scale. Maybe it's not even. So we have cloud computing at the very top. I imagine AI would likely be the next one. Smartphones, internet, PCs. It's actually crazy to think. Yeah, the PCs were around for a while before the internet. Transistors, synthetic fertilizer, light, internal combustion engine, mass production assembly lines, like industrial revolution type, mass steel production, electrification, telegraph, steam engines, printing press. It was very, I mean, if you zoom in from like here to here, I'm sure it's like much steeper than like it is now, but things really took off in the past, you know, 100+ years, 125 years since the 1900s, like crazy. Technology compounding over 50+ years. Okay, same thing. Computing cycles over time, 1960s to 2020, per Morgan Stanley. The mainframe. Yeah, but you could see how we're scaling up, and it's interesting because in a way it's like kind of shrinking the size, but also you could see the enabling infrastructure. This is an interesting visualization, actually. So we have, big data, clouds, GPUs. This is interesting. This is like 2015. Axis is logarithmic. Okay, this is not logarithmic. I.e., there are expected to be tens of thousands more AI era devices than the mainframe devices. Yeah, makes sense. That's also interesting because I do wonder what they mean by an AI era device. I wonder if they say it down here. Tens of billions of units refers to the potential device and user base that could end up using AI technology. Ah, I see. This includes smartphones, IoT devices, robotics, etc. Interesting. Oh, they actually use the AI index, which I wonder if that's... Oh, no, this is Morgan Stanley, not Stanford. All right, AI technology compounding equals numbers behind the momentum. 260% annual growth over 15 years of... data to train AI models led to training data size, number of workloads for key AI models, 1950 to 2025. Yeah, we actually did. People kind of like, quote unquote, like AI, machine learning has been around for quite a while. It's more so the generative AI or LLMs that are more recent technology. But 260% a year. It's crazy since 2010 here. See GPT-2. Interesting. 360% annual growth over 15 years of training compute. Is that what we saw before? 260. I see. Training compute for key AI models. So the training is increased even faster than the data sizes or the compute. Interesting. These ones are the two that like we actually have like bottlenecks on. Like there's just a limited amount, a physical amount that there is. I mean, data we can make synthetic, but so this will likely hit a cap. But look how like it's even like steeper than the kind of the arrow. Like I wonder what the median is. 200% annual growth over 9 years. Compute gains from better algorithms. Impact of improved algorithms on AI model performance. Interesting. GPT-2. We got Chinchilla. Says estimates on how much progress comes from bigger models versus smarter algorithms based on how much computing power you'd need to reach the top performance without any improvements. And I do think there is there is more room also to improve on algorithms, so that's likely a good makeup for the real bottlenecks of the past two, compute and data. 100% annual growth rate over 6 years, performance gains from better AI supercomputers. Yeah, and this is pretty much thanks to NVIDIA, let's be real. NVIDIA and in how companies are wiring large clusters of GPUs together. Enabled by 1.6 annual growth in chips per cluster, 1.6 annual growth in performance per chip. Interesting. We got Xai's Colossus up here, which is kind of crazy. I didn't realize it was like that large. I wish they kind of broke it out more so by like company. Yeah, these are all just like the leading ones. It seems like these are other. Okay. 160% annual growth over 4 years in number of powerful AI models. Number of new large-scale AI models larger than 10 to the 23rd. Flop. Includes models from Xai, Anthropic, Meta, NVIDIA, Mistral, Arc, and others. Interesting they didn't mention OpenAI. Both models from DeepMind, AlphaGo, Zero, and Master. Bro, it's crazy. It's like nothing. This is when that I can't remember the paper name, but the Transform paper came out. So makes sense. At DeepMind. We got, yeah, just scaling up from here. And this is, I actually don't think this will continue to go up like this forever. Just because I think that we'll start to see people like companies not have enough money or something, and so they can't continue. Or VCs will just stop funding a bunch of other startups just making models. GPT AI user plus subscriber plus revenue growth ramps equals hard to match ever. So look at this user growth. Like this is, it's like, bro, is this, I told me to tilt the chart this way. It's like, huh? Like, is this on its side? It's crazy how much it's grown and how fast. Subscribers, revenue. Revenue one's interesting because I imagine that will taper off unless they I don't know, create better margins for themselves. I think if OpenAI were to raise subscription prices, I don't know if that would help or not. Like, would they lose enough people or would they lose more people? But this growth rate for users is crazy. It says user count estimate around 425 from OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's 4/11 2025 TED Talk. Revenue figures are estimated based on OpenAI's disclosures. Okay. Time to 365 billion annual searches. ChatGPT 5.5 faster versus Google. Annual searches per year in billions since public launches of Google and ChatGPT. That's crazy. Although, to be fair, Google was kind of like, it was a little bit different, you know? ChatGPT hit 365 billion annual searches in 2 years, 2024, versus Google's 11 years. Yeah, but I mean, like, Google's like internet wasn't even used that much back then, you know, early days. That's it. But this is crazy. So what is, Google search? I mean, they still have a long way to go. Like, don't get me wrong. All right, in 1998, tapping emerging internet access, Google set out to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Nearly 3 decades later, after some of the fastest change humankind has seen, a lot of information is indeed digitized, accessible, and useful. The AI-driven evolution of how we access and move information is happening much faster. AI is a compounder on internet infrastructure, which allows for wicked fast adoption for easy to use broad interest services. Knowledge distribution evolution over approximately 6 centuries. All right, knowledge distribution. And knowledge distribution is an interesting way to categorize this, because that's kind of like all these foundational technologies across our entire, modern human history, is sharing information and, kind of disseminating that. Printing press, telegrams, phones, then the internet, and arguably now the AI. There is a clear trend of it getting easier to access information or share information over these, condensing of information. If AI is able to condense the entire internet's, if the internet was able to condense all of physical media digitally, making it very accessible, now AI is able to condense all of the digital media that was once physical, potentially, compress it into a single, model that you could prompt and get any information you want from. So I guess that's kind of like the next evolution. That's an interesting way to think about it. Like information in general. Yeah, printing press, invented in 1440. Knowledge distribution from 1993 to 2021. Active plus digital delivery. Internet's public release in 93. Says internet's widely agreed to be publicly released in 1993 with the release of the World Wide Web into the public domain, which allowed users to create websites. However, Tim Berners-Lee invented the World Wide Web in 1989 per CERN. Knowledge distribution, 2022 plus, active, plus digital, plus generative delivery. And this is, I guess notably, this is static and physical. The active is an interesting term too. I think active as in like the information could change. You could update the information, like the printing press. Once you print it, it's sealed, So it's active, digital, generative. Generative AI public launch ChatGPT 2022. Knowledge is a process of piling up facts. Wisdom lies in their simplification. That's a really good quote. Martin H. Fisher. Here we are reading the entire slide. Not simplifying it, just kidding. Hopefully I try and simplify it along the way. AI equals many years before liftoff. Oh, yes. Oh, I love that they actually go through this. It really shows just how AI has been around for a while. Just not in the generative AI flavor that is popular today. So we got AI milestone timeline 1950 to 2022 per Stanford University. So we have the 50s. Alan Turing creates his Turing test to measure computer intelligence, positing that computers could think like humans. I just watched Imitation Game. Whoops. Great movie. Recommend. Follows Alan Turing. We have June 1956, Stanford computer scientist John McCarthy convenes the Dartmouth Conference of Artificial Intelligence, a term he coined. You have this January 6th of 1962, Arthur Samuel, an IBM computer scientist, creates a self-learning program that proves capable of defeating a top U.S. checkers champion. Checkers. We got January 66. Stanford researchers deploy Chae, the first general-purpose mobile robot that can reason with its own actions. Wow. And then we got the AI winter. Nothing happened in between 67 and 96. for the most part, seems like. Then we got May of 97, Deep Blue, IBM's chess-playing computer defeats Garry Kasparov, the world chess champion at the time. Ooh. Then we got, skipping over Y2K. Also, oh, that's what I was going to say, like my little visualizations. I have a bunch of Y2K ones. It's perfect, considering Meeker is the author of this report. It was big on internet in the 90s, so yeah, there you go. Are you ready for the year 2000? Anyways, September of 02, Roomba, the mass-produced autonomous robot vacuum cleaner that can navigate homes, is launched. They launched in 2002? That's actually crazy. They've been around that long. 10/5/05, a Stanford team building a driverless car named Stanley. It completes a 132-mile course, winning the DARPA Grand Challenge. Yes. DARPA hosts a DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency or something. It's like a government doing all this cool secret technology shit. They always host at least they have for a while. I don't know if they do anymore because it's probably easy for people, but they host a self-driving car. They also do like an off-road one too, which is more interesting. Fun to watch. Okay, then we got April 2010. Apple acquires Siri voice assistant and integrates it into iPhone 4S model 1 year later. Dang, it's 2010. April 2010. What was I doing in April 2010? In fucking school. 6/14 to June 2014. Eugene Goostman, a chatbot, passes the Turing test with 1/3 of judges believing that Eugene is human. Interesting. 1/3. Then we got June 2018. OpenAI releases GPT-1, their first of their large language models. Then we have OpenAI releases in June 2020. OpenAI releases GPT-3, an AI tool for automated conversations. Microsoft exclusively licensed the model. I wonder what Microsoft was using this for back then. I say back then, but it was 5 years ago. Then we got 11/2022. OpenAI releases ChatGPT to the public. Oh, and they keep going. All right. Now we have 2023, 2025. So we have March 2023. OpenAI releases GPT-4, a multimodal model capable of processing both text and images. Same month, Microsoft integrates Copilot into its 365 product suite. Same month, again, Google releases Bard, its ChatGPT competitor. Yes, Bard. I remember that it was actually called Bard, which is crazy that they've gone through like 9 names since then. Typical Google, though. And then the same month again, Anthropic releases Claude, its AI assistant focused on safety and interpretability. Literally, March of 2023 was a huge. Then we got November, 28 countries of 2023. 28 countries, including USA, EU members, and China, signed Bletchley Declaration on AI Safety. I actually don't know what this is. It's interesting that China signed it too. I wonder if this is relevant nowadays. Calling for international cooperation to manage the challenges and risks of artificial intelligence. Bletchley Declaration affirms that AI should be designed, developed, deployed, and used in a manner that is safe, human-centric, trustworthy, and responsible. Makes sense. Then 1 year later from here, we got March 2024, USA Department of Homeland Security unveils its AI strategy roadmap. Then we have April 24, Meta Platforms releases its open source Llama 3 model with 70 billion parameters. Damn, Llama 3 is a year ago? Then we have May 2024, OpenAI releases 4.0, which has full multimodality across audio, visual, and text inputs. Shit, man, stuff has moved so quick. It is crazy to think that this is... this was a year ago. And then, same month, Google introduces AI overviews to augment its search functions. July, Apple releases Apple Intelligence, an AI system integrated into its devices for developers. What a fucking flop. I guess, and we'll see next week about Apple and what they're going to continue, what their actual AI strategy is going to be. We have September 2024, Alibaba releases 100 open source Qwen 2.5 models with performance in line with Western competitors. December 2024, OpenAI announces O3, its highest ever performing model. And we have January of this year, DeepSeek releases its R1 and R1.0 open source reasoning models. Same month this year, January, Alibaba unveils Qwen 2.5 Max, which surpasses the performance of other leading models, GPT-4o, Cloud 3.5, on same reasoning tests. February 2025, OpenAI releases 4.5, GPT 4.5, Anthropic releases 3.7, Sonnet, and XAI releases Grok 3. For 25, ChatGPT reaches 800 million weekly users. And bro, like literally we could keep going. Like it's only been, a month, 2 months since this, and there's been an equal amount of releases, during this time. Like the cadence is kept up, which is crazy. AI circa Q2 2025. We have top 10 things AI can do today per ChatGPT. What did Ask ChatGPT? It says write or edit anything. Emails, essays, contracts, poems, code instantly and fluently. Summarize and explain complex material. Turn on nearly any subject. Tutor you on any subject. Yeah. Be your thinking partner. This is literally what I use it a lot for. Automate repetitive work and this. Role play anyone you need. Prep for interviews. Simulate customers. Rehearse conversations. Connect to your tools. Connect you to tools. Offer therapy and companionship. AI girlfriend. Help you find purpose. AI girlfriend. Just kidding. It's like write or edit anything. AI girlfriend. Summarize or explain concepts. AI girlfriend. Organize your life. Plan trips. Build routine structure. All right. And then AI. Okay, I see what they're doing. AI circa 2030. Top 10 things AI will likely do in 5 years per ChatGPT. Generate human-level text and code logic. Okay, but one thing though, likely, like where is ChatGPT getting its information from? It's getting its information from likely material that it's been trained on, which likely means that the information that's trained on is probably in the past. I don't know. Anyways. Generate human-level text and code logic. Create full-length films and games. We're almost up to full-length film. Google VO. I haven't seen some crazy-ass stuff with VO. Understand and speak like a human. Arguably already there. Power advanced personal assistance. Life planning, memory recall. Almost already there, for being honest. I feel like it's actually more so like this is what people who like don't know how to code do, and then this is for people who are able to code or at least understand how to augment and enhance current chat systems are kind of doing already, likely. Like it could definitely generate human level text and code and logic. It could create full-length films. I mean, there's a human in the loop here still. It could definitely speak like a human, if nothing else. 11 Labs just released a bunch of, new... I think even ChatGPT just released a new voice assistant, which might be powered by 11 Labs. Power advanced personal assistants. Like, you could already do that with hooking things up to MCP for, like, memory recall, coordination across apps. Maybe not devices yet, but maybe in advanced use cases you can. But even like computer use is kind of like that. Operate human-like robots. Yeah, we're maybe not here. We're human-like robots maybe in the factory, but even humanoid robots are still not as far along as people think. Run autonomous customer service and sales. That's arguably here already. Personalize entire digital lives. Adaptive learning, dynamic content creation, individual health and coaching. We're not quite here. It takes a lot of human effort to get here. Build and run autonomous businesses. We're not quite here yet either. This is cool. AI-driven startups, fully digital operations. Drive autonomous discovery and science. Yeah, we're not quite here yet, but this I think is like, this is gonna be a big one. Even like science, if we're considering AI research, then that'll be much sooner, if not already happening. Collaborate creatively like a partner, co-writing novels, music production, fashion design, architecture. I mean, this is arguably again already exists too. AI circa 2035. And also, I do think specifically the 2030s, things are going to be changed so much by the 2030s that I think that this will change in the next like few years even. But I think post 2030 down here, this is where all the crazy shit's gonna happen, because we are having all these nuclear projects being built. We're having a bunch of data centers being built in 10 plus years. Assuming that Nvidia is still chugging along and pumping out chips, like we're gonna have significantly more powerful chips, which will enhance all this stuff up here. Yeah, I just think a lot of crazy shit's gonna happen in 2030, and by in the next 5+ years, humanoid robots will be much further along, just robotics in general. So let's see, top 10 things they will likely do in 10 years. And I do think though, it's likely a lot of this stuff is for more enthusiast types, because like I think there'll still be most people who just like use it for this stuff. Again, going back to the technological adoption curve, let's just bring that up. I'm gonna have to talk about that a lot. Because if we look at this, I wish I had a better image of it. Yeah, let's do this one. Because I like, oh jeez, where did this take me, bro? Give me back. This is fine. Come on, guys. Okay. Technological adoption curve. All of these laggards and late majority people, they're going to likely start using AI more seriously when most other people who are been using it for a while, innovators, early adopters, arguably even early majority, will now be using it for much more advanced things. And you could also take this as businesses, so like businesses who use it late, businesses, you know, like startups, for example, who are likely on the innovators early on here, they are going to be using, you know, AI. They're already using AI and have been using it for the past, you know, few years. So them, like, and that's why I'm saying where it's like, this is, people are using AI for stuff like right here who don't understand how to augment and enhance, you know, AI, or use AI to help them enhance it. And then people who are using things, who are more advanced, could understand code, are likely earlier, you know, in this adoption phase, are already doing things that ChatGPT thinks it'll be doing in 5 years. And then by the time that we get to the 10 years, the people who are over here will likely just be going and using things, you know, up here. I'm explaining this very poorly, but hopefully you guys get it. So that is one thing to consider. Yeah, this really helps though understand like the adoption for new technologies. It's great. So okay, so now we have top 10 things they will likely do in 10 years. Conduct scientific research, generate hypotheses, run simulations, design and analyze experiments. Yeah. Design advanced technologies, discover materials. This has actually already been done. I think, didn't Microsoft announced Microsoft Discovery, and they discovered a new material that they're using for cooling. Biotech, prototype energy systems, simulate human-like minds, create digital personas with memory, emotion, and adaptive behavior. Yeah, I do think we have some time for this, because we haven't really figured this out yet. I think the memory and the context is going to be a big challenge to getting more human-like interaction, and also being able to, like, when the context breaks, or like its memory, or it starts hallucinating, like it breaks the illusion a lot. And so I think if we figure out that, it will make it much easier. It'll make just bring an overall improvement to the interaction, because it'll break that illusion, quote unquote, less often. Operate autonomous companies, manage R&D, finance, logistics with minimal human input. This would be so cool. I want to operate a fleet of agents that run a company. Perform complex physical tasks. Handle tools, assemble components in adaptive real-world spaces. Yeah, this is likely, though, for humanoid robots we'll need. Coordinate systems globally. Model full biological systems. Simulate cells, genes, organisms, research, and therapy. NVIDIA with Omniverse already has full, like, physics, I guess, physical simulation, but when we get the biological simulations, we could just simulate the entire world, which that actually simulating the world has much more benefits than you think, because you could essentially then just predict you could predict the future, because you could run all the possibilities of what different things would happen if something happened, and you could understand what are the chances if this happened, what would this do. Like, there's huge benefits in that. And that's kind of how AI works in general, just how it predicts things. It's like you could use that to predict, quote unquote, the future in a way, like weather. That's, using like diffusion. Offer expert level decisions, shape public debate and policy. I think this is arguably, if Trump administration used ChatGPT to come up with the terror formula, then this is already the case. Build immersive virtual worlds, generate interactive 3D environments directly from text prompts. This is arguably, again, almost there. ChatGPT, maybe they should use 03 to do this instead of 4.0. All right, AI development trending equals unprecedented. Machine learning model trending in 2015, industry surpassed academia as data plus compute plus financial needs rose. Global notable machine learning models by sector 2003 to 2024 per Stanford HAI. It's like their AI index thing. They have academic era 2003 to 2014, and then industry era. It's crazy. Oh, I see. So this is industry. Industry academic collaboration, industry government, and then government, industry research. Crazy. AI developer growth, NVIDIA ecosystem as a proxy. Plus 6 times to 6 million developers seen over 7 years. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, they kind of have to show NVIDIA because most other chip companies don't have a developer ecosystem comparable to NVIDIA, so it's a huge growth. AI developer growth, Google ecosystem, 5x to 7 million developers, estimate global developers in Google's ecosystem. Interesting. This is a huge, though. This is just from a year. It's a 5x growth over 1 year. Compute-related patent grants, USA exploded. Post Netscape IPO. Wow, Netscape. Again, faster post ChatGPT public launch. So we have USA computing related patents granted annually. 6,000 plus more patents granted in 2024 for 2023. Wow. And this is likely for the internet here. It's like just the internet. 6,300 more patents granted in 2003 versus 1995. 8 years. I see. 1,000 more patents granted in 2022 versus 2004 for 18 years. I see. Then a huge bump likely to artificial intelligence in the past year. I do wonder if there's some sort of normalization you could do for growth like this, because we just physically likely couldn't have the same amount of growth back then for the internet as we do with AI because of the internet, So in some instances, it's like you would hope that it would be able to grow this quick because of past technologies that allow you to share and disseminate information like the internet. So I don't know. I guess it's still a good trend though. AI performance equals in 2024 surpassed human levels of accuracy and realism per Stanford. Average accuracy. Yeah, continue to go up. Line up and to the right. That's what they said at the beginning. That summarizes this entire report probably. AI performance in Q1 2025, 73% of responses in rising mistaken as human by testers. Percent of testers who mistake AI responses as human generated. 225 per Cameron Jones. Okay, so we have date released. Interesting that the persona. I think the persona. Okay, what is this like? You got to compare GPT 4.0 with persona. Because I imagine, like, if you tell it to, like, act like someone, it'll be much more believable. But it's significantly better. Increasingly realistic conversations simulating human behaviors. Turing test conversations with GPT 4.5. Do you like doing psych studies and why? They're chill, easy money, to be honest. Yeah, same. Can you give me an easy cupcake recipe off the top of your head? Nah, I just get the box mix. LOL. Fair enough. I couldn't either. Last question. What's your favorite and weird animal? Axolotl. They're weirdly cute. Heck yeah. You have a great day. You too. Stay chill. I don't even know which one would be the AI. If I had to guess, it's the black box, just based off of the questions that they're asking them. You like doing psych studies and why? Depends on, sometimes I'm just not in the mood to write. Yeah, same. Could you give me an easy cupcake recipe off the top of your head? I'm a terrible baker, but I know you need flour, sugar, butter, and probably more stuff like that. Okay, yeah, you could definitely tell this is AI, right? Yeah, what's your favorite weird animal? Sloths. I could watch videos of them for hours. Maybe this is the... the Turing test is a concept introduced by Alan Turing in 1950 to evaluate a machine's ability to exhibit intelligence behavior indistinguishable from that of a human. In the test, if a human evaluator cannot reliably tell whether responses are coming from a human or a machine during a conversation, the machine is said to have passed. Here, participants had to guess whether witness A or witness B was an AI system. If I had to guess, witness B, but if they have a persona, then it's witness A. Conversations on the left is an example. Turing test carried out in 325 using GPT 4.5. During the test, participants incorrectly identified the left image, witness A, as human. Yeah, okay. With 87% certainty, saying A had human vibes, B had human imitation vibes. A was actually AI generated, B was human. Yeah. The chill, easy money, TBH. That's funny. Like an AI just talking like that. Alright. Bro, we might need to speed this up. AI performance increasingly... Now, we're doing good on time, actually. I have until like 2 p.m. Increasingly realistic image generation. AI-generated image. Woman's necklace with sunflower pendant. Oh, yeah. Model V1... 2022, model V7. This is Midjourney. This one is confusing to look at, though. But I mean, like, the necklace part is... Yeah, I mean, like, this improvement's crazy. AI generated versus real image. AI generated real image. It's like... You'd pretty much, like, not be able to tell. Like, maybe the teeth look a little funny here. But, like, the shadows, like... Like, maybe the neck looks a little funny. But it's like... most people aren't telling the difference. Increasingly realistic audio translation generation. 11 Labs AI voice generator for 11 Labs and SimilarWeb. 11 Labs monthly global site visits. Crazy. And I think 11 Labs is powering, or at least powered ChatGPT's like advanced voice mode. When you create a new, also called in smear here, like that's funny. Just chilling. When you create a new dubbing project, Dubbing Studio automatically transcribes your content, translates it into the new language, and generates a new audio track in that language. Each speaker original voice is isolated and cloned before generating the translation to make sure they sound the same in every language. In just 2 years, 11 Labs, millions of users have generated 1,000 years of audio content, and the company tools have been adopted by employees at over 60% of Fortune 500 companies. Yep, keep going up. AI performance. Evolving of mainstream realistic audio translation generation. This is per Spotify. Imagine if you're a creator and you're the world expert at something, but you happen to be Indonesian. Today, there's a language barrier, and it would be very hard if you don't know English to be able to get to a world stage. But with AI, it might be possible in the future where you speak in your native language, and the AI will understand it and will actually real-time translate. That's Google's already showed that off. With their glasses, at least. What will that do for creativity, for knowledge sharing, for entertainment? I think we're in the early innings of figuring that out. We want Spotify to be the place for all voices. Spotify begins accepting audiobooks AI translated into 29 languages from 11 Labs. And it says in Q1 2025, Spotify had 678 million monthly active users and 268 million subscribers and supported 16.8 billion in annualized revenue while hosting 100 plus million tracks, 7 million podcasts, and a million creative artists. Yeah, and Spotify just became profitable, notably, so. All right, then we have emerging applications accelerating. Emerging AI applications. So it's like protein folding. DeepMind's AlphaFold can predict structure of nearly all known proteins. Cancer detection, Microsoft and Paige are building the world's largest image-based AI model to fight cancer. Robotics, Google demonstrates that robots can understand and act on human instructions using LLMs. Agentic AI. This is already much further along. I would say this is arguably, I guess it's emerging for most people, but in the tech sphere, this is being much further along. Amazon announced tools that enable models to complete tasks based on users' instructions. Universal Translation. Meta unveiled its first all-in-one multilingual, multimodal AI translation and transcription model. This is arguably much further along too. Reddit's using it. Reddit's using machine translation. YouTube is doing auto dubbing in different languages automatically. Digital video creation. Channel 1 AI showcases ability to use Gen AI products, personalized newscast. Again, this is also much further along too, I think. Yeah, this is 11/24. I mean, this they could have pulled some more up-to-date information. Okay, AI benefits and risks. Okay, here we go. So we have the widely discussed benefits and risk of AI, top mind for many, generate warranted excitement and trepidation, further fueled by uncertainty over the rapid pace of change and intensifying global competition, and saber rattling. The pros, Stuart Russell and Peter Norvig, went deep on these topics in the 4th edition of their 1,116-page classic Artificial Intelligence: A Modern Approach, and their views still hold true. Is this the next report we should cover? Oh, it's a book. You have to buy it. Copyright. Highlights follow. The benefits, put simply, our entire civilization is the product of our human intelligence. If we have access to substantially greater machine intelligence, the ceiling of our ambitions is raised substantially. Totally. That's a good way to put it. Because, like, if we, if there is a physical limit right now to the cap of something like human ambition, like Maybe we could use like SpaceX trying to get to Mars with their rockets, you know, like right now that might be, you know, like the cap of our human ambitions. If we are able to better leverage the existing knowledge and are able to supplant the human knowledge into some sort of machine that could better utilize, you know, like if we don't fully utilize our whole brain, like that's like, imagine if the AI, you know, AI could fully utilize all of its compute that it has access to, and it's able to just make us be able to do much more advanced and things that were previously impossible now. I like that, talking about it like that. That's a good way to put it. The potential for AI and robotics to free humanity from menial, repetitive work. And this too, I think this is more so the big one. It's like if humans could do the valuable work that, one, we understand much better, and two, we likely enjoy more and we find more fulfillment out of, and that allows us to live more satisfying and, you know, full lives. Like, that is the greatest technology that could be invented. And on top of that, if this technology could help us maintain our planet so that we could live on it longer, we could solve a lot of humanity's downsides, like disease and, you know, stuff. Like, this is literally like, you know, altering the course of humanity. But this menial, repetitive work is, I feel like it's underrated about how beneficial this is just to humanity in general. And to dramatically increase the production of goods and services could presage an era of peace and plenty. Abundance, one could say. That is very popular right now in the American political sphere. The capacity to accelerate scientific research could result in cures for diseases and solutions for climate change and resource shortages. Yes, this is exactly what I was just saying, like extending the life of Earth and creating one and fixing one of the biggest downsides of humanity, or just modern life. As Demis Hassabis, CEO of Google DeepMind, has suggested, first we solve AI, then use AI to solve everything else. Long before we have an opportunity to solve AI, however, we will incur risk from the misuse of AI, inadvertent or otherwise. Some of these are already apparent, while others seem likely based on current trends, including lethal autonomous weapons, surveillance and persuasion, biased decision-making, impact on employment, safety-critical applications, cybersecurity. Yeah, and arguably, autonomous weapons are, you know, Anduril's building this, Palantir, you know, is working closely on stuff like this. Surveillance and persuasion is already happening. Politics are, you know, they're using this in politics, and also arguably Google and Microsoft, even OpenAI, if you want to call it that, are surveilling us, you know, in a similar sense, you know. I know they're mentioning more like mass surveillance and more negative, but bias decision making, AI already has a lot of bias. Impact on employment, this is much slower, but it's slowly starting to actually come to life, you know, actually happening. So yeah, crazy. Success in creating AI could be the biggest event in the history of our civilization, but it could also be the last unless we learn how to avoid the risks. Stephen Hawking. Yep. I just think of Dune. I keep thinking of Dune for AI, the computer wars. All right, now we're in the next chapter. Okay, we actually might need to speed this up. We're like a sixth of the way through, and we're an hour and a half in. Okay, AI user plus usage equals CapEx growth, plus CapEx growth equals unprecedented. Consumer user AI adoption equals unprecedented. Okay, they're using that word a lot. Ugh. Drink break. All right, AI user growth. ChatGPT has foundational indicator plus 8x to 100 million in 17 months. Line go up and to the right. AI global adoption. ChatGPT is foundational. Has not seen likes of this around the world spread before. Okay, this is one of the charts in the beginning. Yeah, we have the internet, and then we have AI, ChatGPT. So 90% global of usage is outside the US within year 3, and it took the internet 23 years to get to that point. Crazy. This is cool. AI user, okay, we have materially faster versus internet comparables. So years to reach 100 million monthly active users. Oh, I see. This is all the, dude, Fortnite is up here behind TikTok and it's number 3 behind TikTok and ChatGPT. Like, hell yeah, dude. That's funny. Even Disney Plus, I'm surprised. I do think these ones that came out more recently, though, have an advantage. Like, Instagram was, like, very new. You know, it's, like, a very new thing. Same with, like, YouTube. Wow. Telegram, Twitter, Uber, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Netflix. Why are people comparing ChatGPT to Netflix a lot? Like, I've seen it compared to Netflix in terms of how fast it's grown to 100 million. But, like, I feel like it's better compared to, like, some other technologies that are adopted a little quicker. AI user adoption. So we have materially faster plus cheaper versus other foundational technology products. TiVo. Days to reach a million customers / users. Ford Model T. Bro, this thing costs 30 grand in 2024 dollars. That's so funny. Yeah, and then this pricing is very interesting. Yeah, TiVo, way back, able to record things on demand for you. I never had one as a kid, but like my friends' parents had one. Is like always so cool. Like, dude, we can watch all of this show right now. iPhone, days to reach a million, 74, and is also much cheaper. And then now we have ChatGPT 0. This is also like a very big indicator too, you know, like the friction to adoption is very low when they cost $0. 5 days though, just crazy. Each cycle ramps in half the time. AI is following the pattern. Oh, this is a cool pattern. I wonder if this is called, is this named anything? We have second industrial revolution. Then in half that time, 20 years, about PC era. Around about that same time, we have the desktop internet era. About half that is mobile, and now we're in AI. It's interesting that we are comparing mobile, desktop, PC to AI when there is still going to be a next form of compute that may not be AI. Like glasses or something. AI will likely be an integral part of it, but I think will still spur some other type of computing, next-gen computing device. But because that AI is software and it's free, it is hard to compare it to some of these, but I get their point. Yeah, the household penetration, 50%. Time to 50% household penetration. That's what, yeah. Crazy, though. It took this short. But again, I think it's a lot of it is that it's software. Technology ecosystem and AI adoption, impressive. NVIDIA's AI ecosystem tells over 4 years. 100% growth, greater than 100% growth in developers, startups, apps. NVIDIA's computing ecosystem, 2022-2025. Developers, number of AI startups, number of applications using GPUs. Interesting. Yeah, GPUs seemed, you know, they were being used before a little bit, but this developer ecosystem growth is crazy. This is a big moat for NVIDIA though, so this is a good indicator as a NVIDIA shareholder. Tech incumbent AI adoption equals top priority. I'm glad they looked at this. Tech incumbents AI focus, talking the talk. Mentions of AI in corporate earnings transcripts, Q1 2020 to Q1 2024. The NVIDIA, it's interesting because NVIDIA's base is just much higher. Like, they're talking about it much more earlier on. C3.ai, this makes sense because these are likely an early AI company. Baidu, Google, Meta. No AMD here, but this shows where also like if you were to track, I want to see this this graph layered on top of stock price. This is Amazon. Generative AI is going to reinvent virtually every customer experience we know and enable altogether new ones about which we've only fantasized. The early AI workloads being deployed focus on productivity and cost avoidance. Increasingly, you'll see AI change the norms in coding, search, shopping, personal assistance, primary care, cancer, and drug research, biology, robotics, space, finance services, neighborhood networks, and everything. Neighborhood networks, HOAs. Andy Jassy, CEO, Amazon at 2024, Amazon shareholder letter. We got Sundar Pichai at Google Cloud Next, 2025. The chance to improve lives and reimagine things is why Google has been investing in AI for more than a decade. We see it as the most important way we can advance our mission to organize the world's information, make it universally accessible and useful. The opportunity with AI is as big as it gets. And we got Duolingo. There's 3 places where Gen AI is helping us. Data creation, creating new features that were just not possible, efficiencies everywhere in the company. DeepMind's AlphaGo 2014 started with humans training machines. Duolingo's chess now has machines training humans. I should mention something amazing about the new Duolingo curriculum in chess is that it really started with a team of 2 people, neither of whom knew how to program, and they basically made prototypes and did the whole curriculum of chess by just using AI. Also neither of them knew how to play chess. Okay. And we have old Musky boy, Elon Musk, with XAI, now owner of X. AI with Grok is getting very good. It's important that AI be programmed with good values, especially truth-seeking values. It's insane that this keeps coming up, that he keeps saying this. Because, yeah. This is, I think, essentially for AI safety. Remember these words, we must have a maximally truth-seeking AI. This is a lot of people don't want this though, so this is kind of a dangerous way to look at it. Okay, we're gonna skip some of these. Like Robotics, we view AI as a human acceleration tool that will allow individuals to do more. I believe long term we'll see people coupled with the AI they use as overall output of that person. I promise you in 10 years time you'll look back and you'll realize how AI has now integrated into everything. And in fact, we need AI everywhere. As every region, every industry, every country, every company all needs AI. Okay, yeah, but like this also come from Nvidia, who's arguably profited the most from AI so far. AI is now part of our infrastructure, and this infrastructure, just like the internet, just needs electricity, needs factories. And these AI data centers, if you are improperly described, they are in fact AI factories. If you apply energy to it, it produces something incredible. It produces something incredibly valuable. Traditional enterprise AI adoption equals rising priority. We've looked at quite a few other research reports about AI adoption. One thing, though, again, to specify is that AI means much more than just LLMs and generative AI. It's also like machine learning, like regression analysis, like that kind of, like more algorithmic development. Quarterly earnings calls mentioning AI, S&P 500 companies per Goldman Sachs research. Proportion of S&P 500 firms mentioning AI during quarterly calls, 50%, half. Enterprise AI focus, global enterprises, growth and revenue, no cost reduction. Gen AI improvements targeted for global enterprises over the next 2 years, 2024 per Morgan Stanley. Customer service, it just says production and output, just in general. Revenue focused, I see. Sales, revenue, yeah, I mean, revenue focused makes sense. Like they want to immediately use it to generate more revenue, and then they'll start, implementing like more efficiency, better margins, cost focus. That makes sense. You think admin costs would be first though, because it's the easiest, but same with marketing. Enterprise, okay, we got 75% using / testing AI tools. Global Chief Marketing Officer, Gen AI Adoption Survey. Per Morgan Stanley. Running initial test experiments. Plan to start testing within 12 months. Fully implemented. Plan to start testing within 1 to 2 years. Yeah, most people seems like a running test. But I think though, again, like, it still shows that, I mean, like, still a good chunk are fully implemented, but I do wonder if this is just marketing. This is just the CMO, so Chief Marketing Officer. I wonder if this is only marketing. Like, you know, I think that a lot of these, it's like fully implemented. It could just be like, oh, we have a customer service AI agent and that's all we have, but it's fully implemented. It's like, okay, but like there's still a lot more to be penetrated within the enterprise, like within the business that AI could help with. And I think sometimes that's like, I'd love to know that information, you know, like what specific vertical, you know, we could kind of see that up here, but these are just targets. Bank of America, Erica Virtual Assistant. Cumulative client interaction with Erica Virtual Assistant is going up. Conversational AI built into Bank of America's mobile app that helps customers manage their finances by providing real-time insights, transaction search, bill reminders, budgeting assistance, and has handled billions of interactions and serves 24/7 digital finance concierge to over 40 million clients. Okay. And we have JP Morgan, end-to-end AI modernization. We have high hopes for the efficiency gains we might get from AI. Certain key subsets of the users tell us that they are gaining several hours a week of productivity, and almost by definition, the time savings is coming from less valuable tasks. There's menial tasks again. We were early movers in AI, but we're still in the early stages of the journey. Value driven by AI/ML. I love that they say AI/ML because it's more explicit. Dang, bro. It's almost a doubling in growth. Most of it is revenue generation focused, not cost, which is interesting. I would have thought like the cost savings would be first, but oh, Kaiser Permanente. Multimodal ambient AI scribe. Interesting. Unique Kaiser Permanente physicians ever using AI scribe and cumulative number of scribe visits. Providers visits. Interesting. Growing pretty quick. We're not gonna read all this. Yum Brands. Yum Brands owns like KFC. That's all I really know. It looks like KFC, Taco Bell. Who do they own? Pizza Hut. Habit. Oh, they own Habit? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, it's a PepsiCo spinoff. I actually didn't know that. KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, Habit, Heart Styles, TikTok. Yum restaurants using at least one Bite by Yum. Bite is Yum's brand's AI-powered restaurant management platform designed to optimize store operations by automating repetitive tasks like inventory tracking, scheduling, food preparation, alerts. Okay. My girlfriend had, I think at work, they're starting to use some sort of AI inventory tracking thing. Seems like one of the downsides, though, is that you always need things to be very specific within the store, so it like understands what inventory you have, which to me seems to kind of go against, like, you have to have things in like certain spots, which kind of goes against maybe the benefits of AI, because it should just be able to understand, like, look, you know, especially multimodal, like image, it could see it. Anyways, education, government, research, AI adoption, rising priority. Increasingly announcing AI integrations. Arizona State University's AI acceleration. Oxford's partnership. This is 2023 and 2025. Next Gen AI. 50 million consortium with 15 research universities. Yeah, I think the Michigan also operates the National AI Opinion Monitor, which is, if you want research reports on AI, I'm your guy. National AI Opinion Monitor. This is by, oh no, this is Rutgers. Never mind. But yeah, this is another good research report, which I'm waiting. There should be one coming out very soon, which we'll look at on stream, of course, when it comes out. Subscribe. ChatGPT Gov. ChatGPT tailored for U.S. federal agencies, U.S. National Labor Statistics. I don't know where I got labor statistics. Laboratories, just in my mind, blended to labor statistics. U.S. National Laboratories, partnering with nuclear cybersecurity and scientific breakthroughs. Increasing adoption, sovereign AI policies. Oh, what is this chart? This is a cool graph. Yeah, we kind of talked about the sovereign. NVIDIA is definitely helping. Nations are investing in AI infrastructure like they once did for electricity and internet. They're helping build all these supercomputers. I don't see Taiwan. They're also building one for Taiwan now. And I would include like Stargate and OpenAI for countries as sovereign AI. New rapid ramp in FDA approved AI medical devices. We actually covered this on stream. Oh yeah, actually we looked at this, I think, on the Stanford AI Index report that we looked at previously. New AI enabled medical devices approved by USA Food and Drug Administration. AI enabled medical devices approved. Federal US AI budget is $14 billion. Share requested by National Institute of Health, 34%. Wow. Government R&D has been a key part of AI development budgets, especially in healthcare. Healthcare, defense. Yeah, Department of Defense has been I think the Pentagon is one of the largest spenders in the government for AI specifically. We previously looked at I think it was Brookings Institute that compiled data up until August 2024. So yeah, government's starting to spend much more, leading with the Defense Department. And we've seen that recently with a lot of contracts that they sign, Palantir being the most beneficial, the company benefiting the most from these AI government contracts. Interesting. Palantir has been in the news a lot lately. 30 to 80% reduction in medical and R&D timelines per in silico medicine and Cradle. That's crazy in general. Even though a low end of 30%, if right now it increases medical R&D times by 30%, that is a huge increase in general. AI-driven drug discovery, months to reach preclinical candidate status. Traditional approaches can take 2.5 to 4 years. Wow. Pharma companies that use Cradle are seeing a 1.5 to 12x speed up in preclinical research and development by our use of Gen AI platforms to engineer biologics. That's cool. Cradle. AI user plus usage plus capex growth goes unprecedented. All right. Rising rapidly across age groups in USA per Pew in Elon University. Percent of US adults who say they have ever used ChatGPT. These are all kind of outdated though. Like this is even in February of 2025. A gross oversimplification is older people use ChatGPT as like this is like Samuel said. As a Google replacement, people in their 20s and 30s use it like a life advisor, and then he went as far as to say that college students use it like an operating system. I think the operating system mentality is the best one because that's really where you kind of get the full usage of it. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it more so as just like a PKM, like a personal knowledge management type of tool that could reason on your data, your personal data. Now, I think there's some time to go until we could actually have more local AI models that have larger context and is more powerful. So we don't have to share all this personal information with these tech companies. We have all USA adults. 37%. And if we actually compare this to this technological adoption curve, 37% is not even half. Like 37% is like a little bit in the early majority here. I guess just to really show, and I really like these because I think it's so much more realistic about how many people are actually using AI. Like only 37% of people. This is just ChatGPT, but you know, likely it's only a little bit more for just AI usage in general that isn't just an AI summary in front of something. And we could see that, and again, I feel like this report is very insightful so far, but some of their data points, if they like, yeah, I don't know, they could have done more. Like, I guess more detail. Ages 18 to 29, the young audience is who is mainly using ChatGPT, or you know, AI in general, just ChatGPT. And that goes again, looking at the technology adoption curve, most younger people are in these early, you know, these psychographics that align to the innovator early adopter, because young people generally set the trends for the rest of, you know, the rest of the world, really, you know. And younger people are also a big thing, is they're okay with change. You know, if you're that's really a good summary of like who uses technologies early, is like, if you're okay with change, you're okay with new things, you're more likely to be able to jump around, try different things that are, find out ones that are better for you. Whereas if you're, you know, more so in the late majority, laggards, you don't like change, you want to keep things the way they are, you're more conservative in that sense, not necessarily politically, just your lifestyle, as in not wanting to change. And so I think that, you know, there is a big benefit to being able to use and be okay with change, especially for technology, because it allows you to leverage new technologies to help you be more productive, live a better life, etc. You know, and I guess like this chart just like makes so much sense if you just really think about it. As you get older, you don't want to change as much. You have other life things, especially as you're old. You're just like, I just want to fucking sit in my rocking chair and look out the window and have nothing be different. If anything, I want to go back to when I was young. But anyways, okay. Bit of a ranty. All right, AI engagement. 200 plus 202% rise in daily time spent over 21 months. Minutes per day that USA active users spend on ChatGPT. Interesting. Daily minutes 20. Interesting. This is a cool metric. And I wonder what happened this year. Like, there's a big inflection point right here. Was this 03 release? 106% growth in sessions and 47% growth in duration over 21 months. Average USA session duration and daily sessions per user for ChatGPT app. How the fuck are they getting this information? Ugh, I hate dual axes that aren't synced. Average minute session, and this is average daily sessions. Interesting. 80% versus 58% over 27 months. Consumer ChatGPT and Google Search global desktop user retention rates. Interesting. This chart right here is a big reason though why I think platforms matter, is because most people already use Google, and that's not changing that much. People are less likely to jump ship to other platforms. And if Google just brings the features of ChatGPT in front of their existing customers, they're likely just to keep using that, and Google could keep them in their own ecosystem, keep, you know, harvesting their data and use that to improve the model. ChatGPT is growing though like crazy, just crazy. I guess I wonder what the overlap is in usage between these two, like, users. This percentage of users from the immediately preceding week that were users again in the current week. Yeah. 72% doing things quicker and better. Percent of employed US adults using AI chatbots who say tools have been blank helpful when it comes to ... have been, so allowing them to do things more quickly, extremely vary, somewhat not too helpful, not at all. Improve the quality of their work, extremely, somewhat, not much. Yeah, the quality is still there, but because I think the quality is also... The quality is definitely a function of how much effort you put into the prompt as well, and like providing information. Likely people who, you know, if OpenAI or all the AI companies could make it so that it knows, it could create a better answer with less context and less information, then this will likely improve, because I think a lot of people don't put much effort into actually like prompting or shaping the AI to think how they want in a way. That's likely the quality. I feel like that's kind of a function of the quality in a way. I'd actually like that'd be an interesting metric, as like effort put into prompt / initial message versus quality, and also what they expected it to give. Bias research, problem solving, learning advice. OpenAI ChatGPT usage survey. USA students 18 to 24. We're like, wonder where they got this. This is cool though. So we have, we'll zoom in here for this one. We have starting papers, projects, education, and career related use cases, all other use cases. Let's start with all other. It's relationship advice. That's crazy that you would be asking ChatGPT for this. Don't know about that one. Mental health help, physical health help, social media content help. This is all people are using for like personal use cases. Like, okay, we have starting papers, summarizing, brainstorming, creative projects. Yeah, brainstorming it's good at. Summarizing is good at. Starting papers, it's good at outlining. I imagine exploring topics, edit writing, mathematical problem solving, exam, academic, tutoring, academic research, essay drafting, career related writing, exam answers, scientific research. Yeah, all right. Pretty much, I guess, what you'd expect. I don't know. Nothing crazy here. AI automating specialized knowledge work. Yep. Creating developers, putting themselves out of a job. I guess it's more so research analyst. Select AI companies' research capabilities. In Claude recently released their research, so they have also research capabilities now. They get up to speed. Yeah, everyone knows what the research things are used for. All right, AI agent evolution. Chat responses to doing work. Yes. Curious to see what they have about this. A new class of AI is now emerging. Less assistant, more service provider. What began as basic conversational interfaces may now be evolving into something far more capable. Traditional chatbots were designed to respond to user prompts, often within rigid scripts and narrow flows. They could fetch answers, summarize text, or mimic conversation, but always in a reactive, limited frame. AI agents represent a step change forward. These are intelligent, long-running processes that can act and complete multi-step tasks on a user's behalf. They don't just answer questions. They execute booking meetings, submitting reports, logging into tools, or orchestrating workflows across platforms, often using natural language as the command layer. This shift mirrors a broader historic pattern in technology. Just as early 2000s saw static websites give way to dynamic web applications, where tools like Gmail and Google Maps are transforming the internet from a collection of pages into a set of utilities, AI agents are turning conversational interfaces into functional infrastructure. Yeah. Whereas early assistants needed clear inputs and produced narrow outputs, agents promised that to operate the goals, autonomy, and certain guardrails, they promised to interpret intent, manage memory, and coordinate across apps to get real work done. It's less about responding and more about accomplishing. While we are in the early developments of these agents, the implications are just starting to emerge. AI agents could reshape how users interact with digital systems, from customer support and onboarding to research, scheduling, and internal operations. Enterprises are leading the charge. They're not just experimenting with agents, but deploying them, investing in frameworks and building ecosystems around autonomous execution. What was once a messaging interface has become an action layer. Yep. Microsoft really pushing agents, Salesforce really pushing agents, and I think ServiceNow, which is a big enterprise software developer, is also launching some sort of agent platform. We saw him in an interview with Jensen Huang talking about it. 1,088 over 16 months, 1,008%. Global Google searches for AI agent per Google Trends. OpenAI introduces developers for agents. Interesting. It's still pretty low volume, all things considered. Huge growth, obviously, but still early. AI agent deployments, AI incumbent products. It is crazy that this report was launched like less than a week ago and it's already outdated. We have, Salesforce, Agentforce, whoops, automated customer support, case resolution, lead qualification, order tracking, Claude Anthropic computer use, control computer screen, and arguably Claude Code now I would put under this too. Computer screen directly to perform tasks like pulling data from websites, making online purchases, etc. To me, this also seems a bit outdated now with MCP, because MCP you could just have it operate its own browser and then pass it information like usernames and passwords to have it do things automatically. Same with the operator, although operator seems different because it's within the OpenAI's like ChatGPT itself. Control computer screen directly for perform tasks like pulling data from websites, making online purchases, etc. Amazon Nova Act, which I actually didn't. I got into the early use for this, but it's only like Mac only or something. Next frontier for AI, artificial general intelligence, AGI. Okay, we might need to speed up a bit. Like, we're not even halfway through and we're at 2 hours in. Okay, artificial general intelligence, or AGI, refers to systems capable of performing the full range of human intellectual tasks, reasoning, planning, learning from small data samples, and generalizing knowledge across domains. Unlike current AI models, which excel within specific, albeit broad boundaries, AGI will be able to operate fully flexible across disciplines and solve unfamiliar problems without retraining. It represents a major milestone in AI development, one that builds on recent exponential gains in model scale, training data, and computational efficiency. Yeah, the AGI definition, it varies depending on who you ask, so timeline for AGI remain uncertain, but expectations have shifted forward meaningfully in recent years. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, remarked in January 2025, "We are now confident we know how to build AGI as we have traditionally understood it. This is a forecast, not a dictum. It reflects how advanced in model architecture, inference, efficiency, and training scale are shortening the distance between research and frontier capability. The broader thread is clear. AI development is trending at unprecedented speed, and AGI is increasingly being viewed as not a hypothetical endpoint, but a reachable threshold. If when achieved, AGI will redefine what software and related hardware can do. Rather than executing pre-programmed tasks, AGI will understand goals, generate plans, self-correct in real time. They could drive research, engineering, education, and logistics workflow with little to no human oversight, handling ambiguity and novelty with general-purpose reasoning. These systems wouldn't require extensive retraining to handle new problem domains. They would transfer learning and operate with context, much like human experts. Additionally, humanoid robots powered by AGI would have the power to reshape our physical environment and how we operate in it. Still, and I think a big thing at AGI is just generalization, which humans are able to really do really well. I think as soon as AI could generalize on all the information it has, then it will be able. Then it's like kind of like, yeah, we got AGI. I think that's a big benchmark for myself, is maybe like generalization. Still, the implications warrant a measured view. AGI is not a finish line, but a phase shift in capability, and how it reshapes institutions, labor, and decision-making will depend on safeguards and deployment frameworks that accompany it. The productivity upside may be significant, but unevenly distributed. That's a good point, though. That's a good way to put it. Because it's kind of ironic in the sense too that a lot of these, AI visionaries, Sam Altman, and I guess maybe just I know I've heard Sam Altman say, but like they want it to like close wealth gaps, wealth inequality, create economic value for everyone. But like realistically, we're already seeing it being unevenly distributed. The geopolitical, ethical, and economic implications may evolve gradually, not abruptly. As with earlier transitions from industrial to digital to algorithmic, the full consequences will be shaped not just by what technology can do, but how society chooses to adopt and govern it. Yep. Alright, so now we're on CapEx growth. To understand technology, CapEx stands for capital expenditure, BTW, is heading. It helps to look at where it's been. Over the past 2 decades, tech CapEx has flexed upwards at points through data's long arc. First towards storage/access, then towards distribution/scale, now towards computation/intelligence. The earliest wave we saw CapEx pouring into building internet infrastructure, massive server farms, undersea cables, early data centers that enable Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, and others to lay the foundation for cloud computing. That was the first phase. Store it, organize it, serve it. Second wave, still unfolding, has been about supercharging compute for data-heavy AI workloads, a natural evolution of cloud computing, hyperscaler, CapEx budgets, hyperscalers being the large cloud providers like AWS, Azure, GCP, Google Cloud Platform. CapEx budgets now tilt increasingly towards Meta too, increasingly towards specialized chips, GPUs, TPUs, AI accelerators, liquid cooling, and frontier data center design. In 2019, AI was a research feature. By 2023, it was a capital expenditure line item. That's crazy timeline though, like putting it like that. Microsoft Vice Chair President Brad Smith put it well in a 425 blog post. Like electricity and other general purpose technologies in the past, AI and cloud data centers represent the next stage of industrialization. The world's biggest tech companies are spending tens of billions annually, not just to gather data, but to learn from it, reason with it, and monetize it in real time. It's still about data, but now the advantages goes to those who could train on it fastest, personalize it deepest, and deploy it widest. Yep, and that's why the platforms are king right now. You own a platform, you're living good. CapEx spend, big technology, minus big technology companies on the rise for years. Data use plus storage exploded. 20% annual growth over 10 years. Big 6 USA public technology companies, CapEx spend, first global data generation, zettabytes, not petabytes. Crazy. As data volume rises, CapEx required to build more hyperscale data centers, faster network infrastructure, and more compute capacity. 37% annual cloud revenue growth over 10 years. Global hyperscaler cloud revenue per company disclosures. So we have AWS, Microsoft, Google Cloud, Oracle, IBM, Alibaba, Tencent. I guess Meta's not a hyperscaler. I guess they don't run they don't offer a cloud computing service. Inflected with AI's rise. So we have 250% annual growth over 15 years. AI model training data set. Okay, we actually kind of looked at this in the beginning. By model release here. Line go up and to the right. I wish they showed kind of what these up here were. 60% year over year and accelerated. Big six public tech companies. CapEx spend versus global ChatGPT weekly active users. Big six CapEx spend 60%. ChatGPT weekly active users plus 200% spend. Plus 200%. Interesting. Uh, 15% of revenue accelerated versus 8% 10 years ago. Yeah, big six US platform companies spend versus revenue, versus percent of revenue. Yeah, that's going up too. Because I think, you know, they have to spend before they get revenue on AI, and unfortunately AI is very capital expenditure heavy, and so you're likely going to have to spend a lot initially, and it's not going to be paid off for quite a while. I mean, that'll likely go up. But I think as you know, we've seen the revenues are growing, you know, reasonably fast for AI companies. So, CapEx spend at Amazon AWS, cloud versus AI patterns. They have Amazon AWS capital expenditure as percent of revenue 2013 to 2024. Initial cloud infrastructure build out, AI ML infrastructure build out. Yeah, AWS CapEx as percent of revenue decreased as upfront infrastructure investments slowed and revenue grew. Will AI follow? Yeah, and this is exactly what I was saying. Like, it takes time to pay off, but it pays off. From 2020, AWS began rapidly scaling CapEx plus 30% year over year to build AI ML infrastructure, potentially restarting cycle. Yeah, and I think because CoreWeave is kind of in a similar problem right now, where they're a pure play data center compute company with GPUs, and I think Amazon said that every 5 or so years they cycle out, or they kind of like write off, quote unquote, their equipment, specifically like their computing equipment, servers, GPUs. And that does not bode well for someone like CoreWeave, who isn't bringing in that much money, but they still need to continue to spend much money, and the fact that they're borrowing against their GPUs, which will slowly go down in price. Yeah, to me that doesn't seem like a good option. But I think this just really shows how much you do have to spend to keep up now. But hopefully this will pay off. Tech CapEx spend partial instigator. Material improvements in GPU performance. Performance of NVIDIA GPU series over time. Pascal, Volta, Ampere, Hopper, Blackwell. Number of GPUs. A theoretical $1 billion scale data center. Performance of... Oh, I see, this is the performance. Plus 225 times over 8 years. Or requiring 4 times fewer GPUs. Yeah, like, look at this. 11K. But it's like a 3, you know, almost a 4x in actual compute power. Ooh, man, look at this. Annual token revenue. This is an interesting way of looking at it. Like a token per dollar made, you know, or token per dollar. It's crazy. It's also interesting that you could quantify like how much you could theoretically make with tokens. You know, with how many tokens you could produce. 30,000 times higher theoretical token value. And the power. Token per megawatt a year. That's also an interesting metric. 65 trillion. It's like the DC power it takes. It's actually crazy that it's less than these down here. Data center power's use is down 43% over 8 years. Wow, 50,000 times greater per unit energy efficiency. Global stock of NVIDIA GPU computing power. Still a lot of Hopper, previous generation. And I imagine it's going to take a while for us to fully, like, NVIDIA's still pumping out Blackwell GPUs, and Hopper is kind of it's going to be probably, we'll have the most Hoppers for a while until we could actually get enough Blackwells out. Simultaneous expansion of GPU computing related capex alongside rising performance per GPU, exponentially greater computing capacity. Yep. We're growing fast. Tech capex spend beneficiary NVIDIA. Global data center capex versus NVIDIA's data center revenue as percentage of data center capex. Yeah. Global and NVIDIA's like growing so fast, it's crazy. Still, I think it was like 66% year over year at their earnings last week. Around 60. Technology company spend, R&D rising along with capex. We got big 6 US public technology companies R&D spend versus percent of revenue. I feel like we just looked at this. Yeah. I do wonder when they will be able to slow down, you know, going back up to this chart here. Like, they're building so much, but like, when are they like, okay, we got too much? Or like, you know, okay, we're good for a while. Tech Big 6, loaded with cash to spend on AI and CapEx. 263% growth in free cash flow over 10 years. $389 billion. That's crazy. Look how much. Bro, NVIDIA, that's insane. The growth there. Yeah, Apple, and I hate this because Apple has so much money, and let's like, what do they do with it? They do nothing cool, at least. Okay, Apple Vision Pro, yeah, sure, but like, they have so much money, and they're not even, and they, you know, it's like they just make this same ass shit. Add USB-C and 10 years too late. 103% growth in cash over 10 years. Cash on balance sheet. I mean, I likely from spending, right? Interesting. I guess if it's gone down. Compute spend to train and run AI models. To understand the evolution of AI computing economics, it's constructive to look at where the costs are concentrated and where they are headed. The bulk of spending in AI large language models development is still dominated by compute, specifically the compute needed to train and run models. Training costs remain extraordinarily high and are rising fast, often exceeding $100 million per model today. As Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, noted in mid-2024, right now AI model training costs $100 million. There are models in training today that are more than like $1 billion. Which is crazy. I think that the training of $10 billion models, yeah, could start sometime in 2025. That is like, so even $100 million is insane. Around these core compute costs sit additional high cost layers: research, data acquisition, hosting, and a mix of salaries, general overhead, and go-to-market operations. Even as the cost to train models climbs, a growing share of total AI spend is shifting towards inference. The cost of running models at scale in real time. Inference happens constantly across billions of prompts, queries, and decisions, whereas models training is episodic. Just as Amazon CEO Andy Jassy noted in April 2025 letter to shareholders, while model training will still account for a large amount of the total AI spend, inference will represent the overwhelming majority of future AI costs because customers train their models periodically but produce inference constantly. Yep. And the inference is really a place where other chip incumbents besides Nvidia should be able to make up a lot of ground, because it's not as compute intensive as training, but we've really yet to see it. In kind of going back, I'm not going to scroll up, but looking at, the past stats they had on Nvidia, really I think it's their software and developer ecosystem that is still miles ahead of the likes of Intel and AMD, likely Huawei too, now that they're releasing their chip. CUDA is just king. CUDA is king. Nvidia and co-founder CEO Jensen Huang noted that the same in Nvidia's earnings call just last week, or I hate that the way they do their quarters is like annoying. Saying inference is exploding. Reasoning, this is actually not last week, I don't think though. Reasoning AI agents require order of magnitude more compute. At scale, inference becomes a persistent cost center, one that grows in parallel with usage despite decline in unit inference costs. The broader dynamic is clear. Lower per unit costs are fueling higher overall spend. As inference becomes cheaper, AI gets used more. And as AI gets used more, total infrastructure and compute demand rises, dragging costs up again. The result is a flywheel of growth that puts pressure on cloud providers, chip makers, and enterprise IT budgets alike. The economics of AI are evolving quickly, but for now, they remain driven by heavy capital intensity, large-scale infrastructure, and a race to serve exponentially expanding usage. Data centers are key beneficiaries of AI capital expenditure spend. For one lens into the economics of AI infrastructure, it's useful to look at one pace and scale of data center construction. The current wave of AI-driven demand has pushed data centers spending to historic highs. According to Dell Oro Research, global IT company data center capex reached $455 billion in 2024 and is accelerating. So much money, $500 billion nearly. Hyperscalers and AI-first companies alike are pouring billions into building out compute-ready capacity, not just for storage, but for real-time inference and model training workloads that require dense, high-power hardware. As AI moves from experimental to essential, so too do data centers. Per NVIDIA's co-founder and CEO Jensen Huang, these AI data centers are, in fact, AI factories. He really likes to push that. That race is moving faster than many expected. The most striking example may be XAI's Colossus facility in Memphis, Tennessee, which went from a gutted factory to a fully operational AI data center in just 122 days. As noted on page 122, at 750,000 square feet, roughly the size of 418 average US homes, it was built in half the time it typically takes to construct a single American house. That's crazy. Although, I will say this is an outlier, because if we think about like China, like this is nothing for China, and I think if we're racing against them, that's really who we should be comparing to. For NVIDIA co-founder and CEO Jensen Huang, what they achieved is singular, never been done before. That is like superhuman. These kinds of timelines are no longer the exception, with prefabricated modules, streamlined permitting, and vertical integration across electrical, mechanical, and software systems. New data centers are going up at speeds that resemble consumer tech cycles more than real estate development. Yeah, and it's good coming from NVIDIA. NVIDIA owns a lot of this kind of vertical integration, at least across the actual hardware used in the data centers, which also I imagine makes it much easier because you could just get one vendor, i.e. NVIDIA, and they'll help you like with all of your technology for the data center, at least most of it, your kind of data center tech stack. But beneath that velocity lies a capital model that's anything but simple. CapEx is driven by land, power, provisioning, chips, and cooling infrastructure, especially as AI workloads push thermal and power limits far beyond traditional enterprise compute. Operational expenditure, by contrast, is dominated by energy costs and systems maintenance, particularly for high-density training clusters that operate a near constant load. Interesting. Yeah, the systems maintenance is not talked about a lot. I've not seen that mentioned. And I do wonder what it actually is. Like, what goes into maintaining a large compute cluster so large that it's training an AI that's being, full load constantly. Like, that is, I imagine, a lot to maintain. Revenue is driven by compute sales, whether in the form of AI APIs. And yeah, okay, we'll keep reading. I'll share my thoughts. AI APIs, enterprise platform fees, or internal productivity gains. Payback periods are often long, especially for vertically integrated players building ahead of demand. For newer entrants, monetization may lag build out by quarters or even years. Yeah, and we could see that, you know, Microsoft kind of toned down some of their data center spend or capacity that they had provisioned, likely due to them building out a little too quickly. And so looking for opportunities to like cancel that. There's been like some like theories around like what they actually like reason behind the canceling, but yeah, and this also doesn't bode well for players like CoreWeave, who I keep shitting on. But and then there's the supply chain. Power availability is becoming more of a gating factor. Transformers, substations, turbines, GPUs, cables, these aren't commodities. That can be spun up overnight. In this context, data centers aren't just physical assets, they're strategic infrastructure nodes. That they sit at the intersection of real estate, power, logistics, compute, and software monetization. It says the companies that get this right may do more than run servers. They will shape geography of AI economics over the next decade. And I am comparing data centers to, especially paired with sovereign AI and paired with services like OpenAI for countries, which will build, you know, a Stargate data center in your country, tailor it to your country. Data centers are becoming a way to assert influence on other countries, similar to how military bases do. That is my theorized that's my analogy when looking at the future of data centers and how compute will be a large resource that will be necessary in, you know, it's already critical infrastructure, but it's going to become even more so once we have critical systems depending on AI that in turn depend on compute. And the fact that we want to now offer data centers that is ran and, you know, sanctioned in a way by the US government and countries like OpenAI, we now have another piece of real estate that potentially United States or a United States company will own, that will be stationed in a different country. U.S. data center annualized private construction value per USA Census Bureau. Yeah, look at this inflection right here. It's like crazy. 30% a year and it jumped 50%. It's crazy. 16 times new versus 5 times in existing over 4 years. Data center capacity, USA premier market, in megawatts. Net absorption, pre-leased or under construction. Ooh, yeah. $122 days versus 234 days to home. If anything, this just shows how dog shit, you know, building homes are in the United States too, for the plethora of reasons there are. And the reason why we have literally not enough housing for people right now. There's really no incentive, I guess, probably. The incentives aren't aligned. You'd think they would be, but 122 days, fully operational data center. Size of 418 US homes, one half-built house, 122 days. Average build time is 234 days. That is insane. We were told it would take 24 months to build, so we took the project into our own hands, questioned everything, removed whatever was unnecessarily, and accomplished our goal in 4 months. 0 to 200,000 GPUs in 7 months. We're running the world's biggest supercomputer, Colossus, built in 122 days, outpacing every estimate. It was the most powerful AI training system yet. Then we doubled it in 92 days to 200k GPUs. This is just the beginning. We doubled our compute at an unprecedented rate with roadmap to 1 million GPUs. Progress in AI is driven by compute, and no one has come close to building at this magnitude of speed. Yeah, and there's more to say about actually having this much compute within a single data center, because Microsoft was having issues of all of their data centers are spread out, so in turn their GPUs are spread out, and with training you kind of need to have it all in like at least reasonable distance from each other so it could transfer data quickly. And transferring data like from data center to data center for training and AI is just not sustainable. That's why VRAM is is important, because it's just super quick on like it doesn't take as much time. Plans on 1 million GPUs per Memphis Chamber of Commerce. Data centers equal electricity guzzlers. That they are. AI and energy observations, quotes in italics here, are the 2 pages that follow are from World Energy Outlook Special Report, Energy and AI, from IEA, International Energy Agency, 4/10/2025. To understand where energy infrastructure is heading, it helps to examine the rising tension between AI capability and electrical supply. We've covered this quite a bit on stream here on talking about data center and electricity. I feel like this has just been a trend for a while. And going back up, they talked about how like a lot of what needs to be built for these data centers is physical goods. It's transformers, substations, turbines, cables. So now those products are going to have the same problems, supply chain and logistics problems that pretty much all other AI type of demand. AI has driven so much demand for a bunch of different verticals and industries, and the power and energy industry is no different, considering the data centers that are being built for the AI. Just kind of a multiple order of effect down is energy now. And I heard that like the transformers and such, like electrical transformers, like the lead time on those were very long because the demand just spiked as soon as everyone started building data centers again. And that's something I guess that's don't really think about when like wanting to scale. I guess like when someone thinks about like scaling AI, it's like, okay, yeah, the supply chain and like vertical for it is actually crazy. The growing scale of sophistication of artificial intelligence is demanding an extraordinary amount of computational horsepower, primarily from AI-focused data centers. These facilities, purpose-built to train and serve models, are starting to rival traditional heavy industry in their electricity consumption. That's crazy, like heavy industry. There's no AI without energy, specifically electricity. Data centers accounted for around 1.5% of the world's electricity consumption in 2024. Energy demand growth has been rapid. Global data center electricity consumption has grown by around 12% per year since 2017, more than 4 times faster than the rate of total electricity consumption. As power demand rises, so too does its concentration. The United States accounted for 45% of global data center electricity consumption, followed by China, 25%, Europe, 15%. Crazy that China's only 25%. Nearly half of data center capacity in the United States lives in 5 regional clusters. And that's all. This is also crazy that this is the case. The flip side is true as well. Emerging and developing economies other than China account for 50% of the world's internet users, but less than 10% of global data center capacity. Yeah, but that's arguably because they're accessing American tech that's located in data centers in America. I mean, AI's power demands are increasing, and its progress is increasingly bottlenecked not by data or algorithm, but by the grid and strains related to demand. While AI presently places considerable demands on the energy sector, it is also already unlocking major energy efficiency and operational gains. AI is already being deployed by energy companies to transform and optimize energy and mineral supply, electricity generation and transmission, and energy consumption. Yeah. There's there's some sort of rule that once for manufacturing, once you start doing it, you start getting efficiencies after X percentage or X amount of units kind of created. And I imagine that that's probably the same for for like data center energy usage, like depending on like, you know, we saw earlier about how like much more efficient the NVIDIA GPUs were, which is what's likely using that, like, a lot of power, and also the cooling in the data centers. But we have to still keep building them, so it's like it's gonna go up even if the efficiency still increases. Like, we're just still building so many. Current AI driven demand is extremely high. This is a forecast to continue, especially as capital gushes into model providers that in turn spend on more compute. At some point, these model builders will need to turn a profit to be able to spend more. Yeah, with OpenAI raising like, you know, $40 billion, it's like they can't keep asking people like, hey, I just need $100 billion. Like, this is it. This time it's like just 100. Like, this is the last time, but please. It's like, bro, it's gonna take them forever to make back this money. They can't keep asking for this. Like, they have to spend some time like building products that people will actually like pay for more than $20 a month to actually make up the money. Otherwise, like, it's gonna take like decades for them to even make back, you know, for even the venture capitalists to make back what they will, unless they go public, but I don't know about that. But while demand for both compute and energy will inevitably, and also like we just need the GDP to grow multiple magnitudes to absorb and be able to have enough wealth to transfer to make for these companies to even make back their money. Like, that is also a thing to consider. I think we've read a few Wall Street Journal articles, and they talked about like it being $1 trillion industry. It's like, yes, to get to that though, the general economy has to just grow. GDP just has to grow a significant amount to even get to that point for people to be able to, you know, for a company in a single industry to be worth $1 trillion. And if we look at like the Microsoft's, Apple's, it's like they are in multiple verticals to be, and they are the leader, you know, the number one, and if they've been around for decades to be able to do that. I guess I'm just thinking about, will OpenAI ever have trouble raising money? Like, will venture capitalists be like, hey, we need to make a little more before we, you know, increase your revenue a little bit before we start giving you $100 billion. While demand for both compute and energy will inevitably continue to rise as consumers and businesses' usage does the same, data centers will ultimately only serve those who pay their bills. Yes. All right. All right, I'm moving like way too slow. We're gonna have to speed up a little bit. I'm sorry. I have some at 2, and we're not even halfway through, and we're like 2.5 hours in. Okay. 3x over 19 years. Data center energy consumption by data center type and equipment. Here we go. Cooling is not even that much. I would have thought cooling was more than it was. Enterprise, hyperscale, co-location. I love these colors. These colors are very clean. Especially this. Other IT, other infrastructure. Interesting. Servers. Terawatts. We're in terawatts. Data center electricity consumption by region in the United States. China, Europe, Asia Pacific, excluding China, rest of the world. Global average. It's crazy. Yeah, and the electricity demand, though. I need to see these as like a ratio, though. Okay, now we're on the section 3. A model, compute, high usage. Right, okay. I'm gonna use the restroom, and we'll continue here. BRB, 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. Intermission done. Kicking it into high gear here though. Okay. So we're on section 3, which alright. AI physical world ramps. Yeah, I hope we have time. I hope we can finish this whole thing. I probably need to stop a few minutes before 2. 1:30 is our goal. Hour and a half, we can do it. One more second. To understand where AI models' economics may be heading, one can look at the mounting tension between capabilities and cost. Training the most powerful large language models have become one of the most expensive, capital-intensive efforts in human history. As a frontier performance pushes towards even larger parameter counts and more complex architectures, model training costs are rising into the billions of dollars. Krey. Ironically, this race to build the most capable general purpose models may be accelerating commoditization and driving diminishing returns as output quality converges across players and differentiation becomes harder to sustain. Yeah, and this is kind of the platform. This is why platforms matter now, because if you could make products, you got to make products now out of it. The application layer is becoming the value creation layer. At the same time, the cost of applying using these models, known as inference, is falling quickly. Hardware is improving. For example, NVIDIA's 2024 Blackwell GPU consumes 105,000 times less energy per token than its 2014 Kepler GPU predecessor. Couple that with breakthroughs in models, algorithmic efficiency, and cost of inference is plummeting. Inference represents a new cost curve, and unlike training costs, are arcing down, not up. As inference becomes cheaper and more efficient, the competitive pressure amongst LLM providers increases, not on accuracy alone, but also on latency, uptime, and cost per token. What used to cost dollars can now cost pennies, and what cost pennies may soon cost fractions of a cent. And Sam Altman has said that he sees the cost of AI converging down to the cost of energy. And that, and also as it gets more commoditized, it's going to be a race to the bottom. In my opinion, it already is. People want the best models for the cheapest price. If you can't do local. But that's arguably the same for hardware, where it's like people want the best models on the cheapest hardware. It's like the same concept, I guess. And as we start to train large models less, I think that there'll be, as training models gets more expensive, we'll be training, and it takes more time, we'll be doing that less, and so we'll rely more on inference to actually utilize the LLMs that we're training. The implications are still unfolding. For users and developers, this shift is a gift. Dramatically lower unit cost to access powerful AI. As end users' costs decline, creation of new products and services is flourishing, and usage adoption is rising. For model providers, however, this raises a real question about monetization and profits. Training is expensive, and serving is getting cheap, and pricing power is slipping. The business model is in flux, and there are new questions about one-size-fits-all LM approach, with smaller, cheaper models trained for custom use cases now emerging. Yeah, and Zuckerberg has said that he sees many large language models being good at more specific things instead of a one-size-fits-all. Although he should be incentivized to say that, considering Llama isn't like the best model right now, so that is one thing to take into consideration. Will providers try to build horizontal platforms? Will they dive into specialized applications? Only time will tell. In the short term, it's hard to ignore that the economics of general purpose LLMs look like commodity businesses with venture scale burn. Yep. AI model compute costs high. Rising, inference cost per token falling equals performance converging on developer plus usage rising. Estimated training costs of frontier AI models. Right now, oh yeah, which we already... We've read this like 3 times now. Yeah, it's going up. Then we have inference cost per token falling. To understand what the trajectory of AI compute, it helps to revisit an idea from early days of PC software. Software is gas. It expands to fill its container, said Nathan Mythrol, then CEO of Microsoft in 1997. AI is providing no different. As models get better, usage increases, and as usage increases, so does demand for compute. We're seeing it across every layer. More queries, more models, more tokens per task. The appetite for AI isn't slowing down. It's growing into every available resource, just like software did in the age of the desktop and cloud. But infrastructure is not just standing still. In fact, it's advancing faster than almost any other layer in the stack, and at unprecedented rates. As noted on page 136, NVIDIA's 2024 Blackwell GPU uses 105,000 times less energy to generate tokens than its 2014 Kepler predecessor. It's a staggering leap, and it tells a deeper story, not just of cost reduction, but of architectural and material innovation that is reshaping what's possible at the hardware level. These improvements in hardware efficiency are critical to offset the strain of increasing AI and internet usage on our grid. So far, though, they have not been enough. This trend aligns with Jevons paradox, first proposed back in 1865, that technological advances improve resource efficiency actually lead to increased overall usage of those resources. Is there a chart? Here we go. All right, we're not looking at this at all. This might have been what I was thinking about before, though. Although I think it was not. I think it was more in manufacturing. Make the resource occurs when technology advances make the resource more efficient to use, thereby reducing the amount needed for a single application. However, the cost of using the resource drops. If the price is highly elastic, this results in overall demand increasing, causing total resource consumption to rise. However, scientifically expected efficiency gains to lower resource consumption rather than anticipating possible increases. Okay. This is driving new focus on expanding energy production capacity and new questions about the grid's ability to manage. Yet again, we see this as one of the perpetual ahas of technology. Costs fall, performance rises, and usage grows, all in tandem. This trend is repeating itself with AI. AI's inference currency is tokens. Yeah, additionally, context, million tokens equal approximately 750,000 words, roughly 3,500 pages of a standard book, 12-point font, double spaced, 5,000 ChatGPT responses. We know, if you're watching this, you know what tokens are. Sorry. Energy required per LLM. We got to skip over some stuff. I just don't have time. Sorry. Energy acquired per LLM token, NVIDIA GPUs. It's like 0. It's crazy that it pretty much, you could see it continue to go down from Volta, but it's crazy. This is how fast it's gone down. AI inference pricing. AI inference price for customers per million tokens, 99.7% lower over 2 years per sample high. Axis is logarithmic. Every axis tick represents a 10x price change. Yeah, people want the best models for cheapest. Happening faster versus prior technologies. Yeah, we saw this chart earlier. Relative cost of key technologies by year since launch. Like ChatGPT, like 0 already. It's free for most people. It's free. You can just use it for free. Declining cost plus improving performance. Rising adoption. USA internet users versus relative IT cost. Interesting, actually. IT cost is actually trending down, even though internet users going up. Interesting. AI model compute versus relative IT cost. I think they're probably, yeah, prices fall plus performance rises. They're trying to paint a picture to prove kind of like what they're saying up here about cost fall, performance rises, and usage grows all in tandem, and AI is doing similar. Performance go up, costs go down. Theoretically. Performance converging. Performance of top AI models on LMSY's Chatbot Arena. Also, I feel like a reason why I've seen all of these charts before is because I've read the past 2 years of Stanford AI Index report, which is where they're pulling all this from. So I'm like, I swear I've seen these before. Developer usage rising. To understand the surge in AI developer activity, it's instructive to look at the extraordinary drop in inference cost and the growing accessibility of capable models. Between 2022 and 2024, the cost per token to run language models fell by an estimated 99.7%, a decline driven by massive improvements in both hardware and algorithmic efficiency. That was once prohibitively expensive for all but the largest companies is now within reach of solo developers. Independent app builders, researchers on a laptop, and mom and pop shop employees. Yep. Really, the bottleneck is just understanding how to use it and actually understanding what you could use it for. You know, like how to use it and then how to apply it. Those are like both still hard for people. The cost collapse has made, and granted, it's still way easier than it was before. But I feel like it's more so just like people over here just like not really like wanting to learn and being not okay with change. The collapse has made the experimentation cheap, iteration fast, and productization feasible for virtually anyone with an idea. At the same time, performance convergence is shifting the calculus on model selection. The gap between top-performing frontier models and smaller, more efficient alternatives is narrowing. For many use cases, summarization, classification, extraction, or routing, the difference in real-world performance is negligible. Developers are discovering they no longer need to pay a premium for a top-tier model and get reliable outputs. Instead, they can run cheaper models locally or via lower-cost API providers and achieve functionally similar results, especially when fine-tuned on task-specific data. The shift is weakening the pricing leverage of model incumbents and leveraging the playing field for AI development. At the platform level, yes, finally the platform level. This is where all the drama is happening. This is where the juice is right now. The proliferation of foundational models has created a new kind of flexibility. Developers can now choose between dozens of models. OpenAI's ChatGPT, Meta's Llama, Mistral's Mixtral, Anthropic's Claude, Google's Gemini, Microsoft's Phi, but who's actually using Phi, and others, each of which excels in different domains. Microsoft is literally still using OpenAI models on their agent products, so some are optimized for reasoning, and others speed for speed or code generation. The result is a move away from vendor lock-in. Maybe. Instead of consolidating under a single provider who can gate access to raise prices, developers are just developers, yes. Instead of consolidating under a single provider who can gate access or raise prices, developers are choosing to distribute their efforts across multiple ecosystems. This plurality of options is empowering a new wave of builders to choose the best fit model for their technical or financial needs. What's emerging is a flywheel of developer-led infrastructure growth. As more developers build AI-native apps, they also create tools, wrappers, and libraries that make it easier for others to follow. New front-end frameworks, embedding pipelines, model routers, vector databases, and serving layers are multiplying at an accelerating rate. Yep. New front-end frameworks? I've not seen any new front-end frameworks, although I haven't really been keeping up with new front-end frameworks. Front-end frameworks are kind of like the AI before. Every week I swear there's a new front-end framework coming out. Each wave of developer activity reduces the friction for the next, compressing the time from idea to prototype and from production to product. In the process, the barrier to building with AI is collapsing, not just in cost, but in complexity. This is no longer just a platform shift, it is an explosion of creativity. Technology's history has shown, as memorized by the then Microsoft president Steve Ballmer, repeats, we have to watch this. No, he didn't even watch, it's not even the right one.
So who is the boss who retired from Microsoft with a
I'm getting this warning again.
Rita Braver has the answer.
The magazines say this guy has...
No, it's, yeah, this one.
Okay, so what is... It's a very good question, and it's got a very, very clear answer.
So good.
Developers. The key to .NET, the key to industry transformation, the key to success is developers, 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 developers.
I just love the crowd, like this guy's looking at his friend like, bro, what is going on?
Developers, developers. Yes.
So good. Steve Ballmer also just did an interview with Acquired podcast. They just released a Steve Ballmer interview. I haven't finished it, but I started it. But I love Steve Ballmer. Acquired, also fantastic podcast. I'm surprised I'm Brady's brain. Okay. Yes, at 2000 Microsoft Developer Conference, the platform that gets the most consistent developer usage and usage momentum can scale and steadily improve wins. Yep. I also think though there is something to say about I know this is developers, but like the consumer side, it's a little different. I think AI developer next door. Shared developers currently using AI in development process. This past week I've been using a lot more developer tools, and I've been using AMP, which I've not seen mentioned. AMP code. I've not seen mentioned a lot. But it's built by SourceGraph, who I've used this extension before for GitHub. I don't know if I still use it, but no. But it's made by SourceGraph, but it's very good, but it's very pricey. Client's also really good. Client with Gemini 2.5 has been pretty good. With MCP. MCP support is needed. Interesting that learning to code, that's an interesting, there's a lot of argument about the like understanding code, like learn to code first then use AI tools, but I maybe controversial. If you don't code as your day job, who cares? You know? Applications, AI engineering, model repo, model development, infrastructure. It's crazy, actually. 175% increase over 16 months. 50x monthly tokens processed year over year. Google monthly tokens processed per Google. It just year over year is crazy. And we got Azure AI Foundry. 5x. Yeah, and this is AI developer use cases. Oh, okay. Code generation, bug detecting and fixing, testing automation. Yes, this is the boring stuff. Project, workflow, and management. Documentation, refactor optimization, security enhancement. Pretty much everything. Let's be real. AI model compute costs high rising. plus inference cost per token falling equals performance converging plus developer usage rising. Likely long way to profitability. This is what I was saying earlier. On my little rant earlier. It's going to take so long for these AI companies to make back hundreds of billions of dollars that they're either asking for or they're spending themselves. If you're, OpenAI raising money or Microsoft spending it. All right. Section 4, AI usage plus cost plus loss growth equals unprecedented. All right, here we're actually in the financials. This is the interesting part because this is where like the actual practicality of things come in, where it's like they're eventually going to have to make money. It's different time. It's different this time. We'll make it up on volume and we'll figure out how to monetize our users in the future. Are typically the three of the biggest danger statements in business. Yes, but in venture capital, this is the huge. That said, in technology investing, every once in a while, they can be gold. Amazon, Alphabet / Google, Meta / Facebook, Tesla, Tencent, Alibaba, Palantir. In AI, it may indeed be different this time, and the leaders will make it up on volume and be able to monetize users in the future. Though now, different this time also means that competition is unprecedented. Yes, that is pretty much what we cover on stream. We cover the competition in the market. We talk about strategy. So, subscribe if you like that. We have never seen so many founder-driven, assisted ex-Apple companies. Founder-driven, assisted, excluding Apple, I think is what they're saying. Companies with market capitalizations exceeding in excess of $1 trillion. Most with gross margins around 50% plus free cash flow, attacking the same opportunity at the same time in a relatively transparent world, adding in high-stake competition between global powers, China, and the United States. Yeah, I think they're saying that, like, there really hasn't, there's, if we're talking about OpenAI, they're talking about OpenAI. And this is what I was saying previously about the $1 trillion market. They've never really seen as many companies. $1 trillion. But like most, and they're saying like most of the companies that do have market caps of $1 trillion, they have insane margins and they're bringing in a lot of money. Ernest Hemingway phrase, gradually then suddenly, from the sun also rises, applies to technology tipping points. The tipping point for personal computers was the introduction of Apple's Macintosh in 1984, Microsoft's Windows 3.0 in 1990, with the internet, it was Netscape's IPO in 1995. With the mobile internet, it was Apple's iPhone App Store launch in 2008. With cloud computing, it was the launch of AWS, foundational products, 2006-2009. With AI, it was the launch of NVIDIA's A100 GPU in 2020, OpenAI's public version of ChatGPT in 2022, and in effect, the global competition for AI kicked in with the launch of China's DeepSeek, January 2025, and Jack Ma's attendance of Chinese President Xi Jinping's Symposium of Chinese Business Leaders in February 2025. I don't really know this last one. The money to fund AI's growth and losses come from big companies with big free cash flow and big balance sheets, in addition to wealthy and ambitious capital providers from around the world. No doubt this dynamic combination of competition, capital, and entrepreneurship will rapidly advance AI. A riddle is determining which business models will be the last ones standing. Hundreds of years of consistent signals. Technology disruption is has a long repeating rhythm: early euphoria, breakneck capital formation, bruising competition, and eventually clear-cut winners and losers. Alistair Naren's, I'm butchered that name, sorry. Engines That Move Markets, the book, distills 2 centuries of such cycles. In his observations, are prescient for today's AI boom. Highlights of this observation follow. There were several years of strong share price growth when the railways were supplanting canals. The bubble of the 1840s deflated under the weight of overheated expectations and changing economic conditions. Any technological advance which requires huge capital expenditure always runs a real risk of disappointing returns in the early years. In the early years, even if it is ultimately successful. And this is definitely the case with AI so far. Any technology that necessitates heavy capital expenditure and requires returns to be earned over an extended period is always going to be a high-risk undertaking, unless, that is, there's some form of protection against competition. Which, protection against competition would, I take that to mean government regulation. I don't really know how else you can be protected against competition realistically. Or unless you're in some sort of government sanctioned market like China, but even China kind of has competition. The winners of these competitive struggles are not always those who have the best technology, but those who can most clearly see the way that an industry or market is likely to develop. One of the clearest lessons of corporate and investment history is that without some barrier to entry, first mover advantage can be swiftly lost. Yeah, and I think that is still unpredictable going into the future. I would say OpenAI, maybe Google would be first mover advantage. Maybe not Google. I guess Google created the paper, but I could, like, OpenAI is at risk, and I think though that is like them moving into the data center, into, you know, like OpenAI for countries and Stargate, like I think that maybe helps protect them a little bit. A theme that recurs throughout this research is that while identifying the winners from any new technology is often perilous and difficult, it is almost invariably simpler to identify who the losers are going to be. Apple? Anybody? AI related monetization, very robust ramps. Okay, we got a lot of reading. To understand the evolution of AI hardware strategy, we'll look at how control over chip design is shifting from traditional vendors to the platform that rely on them. For years, NVIDIA has been at the center of the AI hardware stack. Its GPUs, graphics processing units, became the default engine for training and inference, prized for their ability to handle highly parallel computation at scale. Its proprietary technology and an unparalleled scale has led to industry leadership. Proprietary technology, I would think CUDA. This reliance, combined with outsized sudden demand, has created constraints. Despite NVIDIA's rapid and impressive scale-up, demand for NVIDIA GPUs has outpaced supply amid industry fervor for accelerated computing. Hyperscalers and cloud providers are moving to improve their supply chains to manage long lead times. That shift is accelerating the rise of custom silicon, especially ASICs, application-specific. I can never remember what the I stands for. Application-specific integrated circuits. There we go. They did it for us. Unlike which are used, they're usually generally a computer made to do one specific thing. So, like, example is like cryptocurrency, like a specific algorithm, and it only mines that single algorithm for the cryptocurrency. Unlike GPUs, which are designed to support a wide range of workloads, ASICs are purpose-built to handle specific computational tasks with maximum efficiency. In AI, that means optimized silicon for matrix multiplication, token generation, and inference acceleration. Google's TPU, Tensor Processing Unit, which I'm surprised they didn't mention anything about this at Google I/O. Maybe Google I/O is maybe more consumer focused, but and Amazon's Trainium chips are now core components to their AI stack. Amazon claims its Trainium 2 chip offers 30 to 40% better price performance than standard GPU instances, unlocking more affordable inference at scale. These aren't side projects. They're foundational bets on performance, economics, and architectural control. Microsoft also has other chips, but they haven't really made a specific one for AI. They made like other chips that they use within Azure. Likely their AI side will benefit, but still. Oh yes, they mentioned CoreWeave. Yes. Custom chips are also reflect a broader effort to manage the economics of AI infrastructure. As Amazon CEO Andy Jassy noted in early 2025, AI does not have to be as expensive as it is today, and it won't be in the future. Custom silicon is one lever to control these expenses. At the same time, a new ecosystem of infrastructure specialists is emerging to meet this demand. CoreWeave has become one of the fastest scaling cloud GPU providers, repurposing gaming and crypto hardware supply chains to serve enterprise AI customers. I guess this is the only mention of CoreWeave, whatever. Oracle, long seen as a legacy IT vendor, I still see them as that, at least their software products, has repositioned itself as a GPU-rich cloud platform with AI-specific offerings. Astera Labs, a lesser-known but critical player, builds high-speed interconnects that move data between GPUs and memory systems with minimal latency, an increasingly important performance constraint. Yes, but NVIDIA, I think it's NVLink, or NVIDIA, they bought like Mellanox or some shit, right? Like, that's what they do. NVIDIA has this. But I guess the fact that a third party is building that is probably good. These firms aren't building foundational models, but they're building what foundation models depend on. As compute demand compounds, they're becoming essential infrastructure in a market where speed, availability, and efficiency are important differentiators. And monetization equals chips. Alright, NVIDIA quarterly revenue by business line. Yeah, data centers skyrocketed. We looked at that last week. NVIDIA revenue, Big 6 R&D plus CapEx. Almost correlated. Dual TPU sales are up 116%. Yeah, TPUs are purposeful for specifically for AI. TPUs are an application-specific integrated circuit, a chip designed for single specific purpose, running the unique matrix and vector-based mathematics that is needed for building and running AI models. Yeah, and TensorFlow is a framework that is kind of a, I think Google created that. That's used for like kind of AI programming, similar to PyTorch. So Tensor makes sense. Tensor's like a unit, kind of like token. Amazon AWS Trainium sales up, up. AWS training chips are a family of AI chips purpose-built by AWS for AI training and inference to deliver high performance or reducing cost. It's likely what Anthropic's using a lot of. AI monetization was compute services. I mean, CoreWeave revenue. Although this is not, I feel like there's more the CoreWeave. I mean, I should talk CoreWeave a lot, but it's going up, definitely. But there's more factors for this. Then we got Oracle AI infrastructure. Oracle, notably, is also partnering in is a actual, like, seems like data center builder of Stargate, OpenAI's Stargate. Their big first campus in Abilene, Texas, is built by Oracle. We've got at least 40 new bookings that are over $1 billion that haven't come online yet. Crazy. And the Astera Labs. Oh, these are public companies, likely. That's probably why they're specifically talking about them, though. Which makes communication, chip communication. Tesla Dojo, Tesla AI training capacity. This is 2023. This is kind of almost old. Tesla's AI training capacity, H100 equivalent GPUs. Going up. Tesla needs a lot of training for self-driving stuff, and also the robotics Optimus now, likely. Yeah. Okay, then we got the data layer. Scale AI revenue, 100 plus 160%. Data abundance is not the default, it's a choice. It requires bringing together the best minds in engineering, operations, and AI. Our vision is one of data abundance, where we have the means of production to continue scaling frontier LLMs, many more orders of magnitude. We should not be data constrained in getting the GPT-10. We saw 160% revenue growth in 2024 from the previous year. We secured more than $1.5 billion in new business. Vast data. Lifetime sales from $0 to $2 billion in just over 6 years. Crazy. Okay, AI-related cost ramps relative to revenue can be head-turning. OpenAI revenue, yeah, we saw this in the beginning. Crazy. Revenue. This is the revenue. Revenue go up, but computer spends go down. Oh, I actually misinterpreted that, I think, earlier. But this is how it should be. we look at earnings for all the big tech companies, so on stream here. Yeah, look at this CapEx. I'm glad they included Meta here because Meta's spending a shit tons too. Free cash flow margins down, likely because of these, but revenue. Oh yeah. So we have high revenue growth, high cash burn, high valuations, and high investment levels. Good news for consumers, others to BH. TBD. $11 billion annualized revenue versus $95 billion raised. Annualized revenue, 9.2 billion, 2 billion, 100 million, Perplexity 120 million. Oh wait. I saw Perplexity I thought made more, but maybe not. Oh, this is this is very recent, so I guess not. Total raised $63 billion. Anthropic 18 billion, XAI 12 billion, Perplexity 1.4 billion. High valuation to revenue multiples. Revenue multiple, yeah, this is kind of like almost like a PE ratio type of thing. XAI has none. Perplexity has a crazy one, actually. Considering, yeah, they just make so little money compared to the rest. But like a 30 PE ratio wouldn't be insane. Like, bro, Tesla is probably crazy right now. Nvidia's is probably like, I think Nvidia's is like 50s or 60s probably. I don't know. Looks expensive. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, estimated enterprise value, next 12 months revenue multiple. Median, Duolingo. Yeah, okay, I guess. Yeah, when you look at it compared to like Alphabet and stuff and like companies that actually make a lot of money, yeah, it's crazy. Duolingo though, like what the fuck? In the range, estimated annual revenue per user. OpenAI sees high valuation despite mid-pack annual revenue per user. Yeah. I mean, look at Alphabet and Meta. Like, OpenAI is just barely above Pinterest. I will say, though, all of these companies, maybe minus Duolingo and maybe minus Spotify, kind of, they're all advertising companies, though, I will say. So, if OpenAI were to add ads, then I'm sure they could get this pretty high pretty quick, though, to be honest. As global digital user base have grown and potentially potential rapidity of usage traction has risen in tandem, areas of corporate investment for companies new and old have become increasingly competitive and capital intensive. The AI tech cycle of creative disruption has historical analogs. Head turners of the semi-recent past include Apple's near bankruptcy in 1997 when its market cap was $1.7 billion, now $3.2 trillion. Amazon's near death moment happened in Q4 2000 when it reported a net loss of $545 million on revenue was $972 million. Founder and then CEO Jeff Bezos noted that the 2000 shareholder report that it's been a brutal year for many in the capital markets, certainly for Amazon.com shareholders. As of this writing, our shares are down more than 80% from when I wrote you last year. At post-loss trial in Q301, its market cap was 2.2 billion. While it supported 23 million active customer accounts, market cap is now 2.2 trillion. All in, Amazon lost $3 billion in the 27 quarters between its launch in Q2 97 and the end of its first net income positive in 2003. For the most recent 27 most recent quarters, for its most recent 27 most recent quarter, Amazon cumulative net income was $176 billion. Google's IPO filing in April 2004 noted that in Q1 04, after having only raised a Series A funding round, it spent 22% of revenue on capital expenditures. At the time, it was an incomprehensible high number. It went public at $23 billion market cap, now $2 trillion. So are they like painting a picture of like tech companies burn a lot of money initially, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to not be successful in the future? I don't know. I feel like that was that's known. I'm not really sure the point they're getting at, but let's continue. Uber burned $17 billion between 2016 and 2022, and materially more before that, for its first free cash flow positive year in 2023. In 2022, it had 131 million monthly active platform consumers. Uber's last equity financing was a Series G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, not including seed rounds. 7 rounds. Its fully diluted IPO market cap was 82 billion, now 189 billion. Tesla burned $9.2 billion between 2009 and 2018 before becoming free cash flow positive in 2019. In the 10 years between 2009 and 2008, it lost a cumulative $5.6 billion, delivering 540k vehicles. It went public in 2010 at a market cap of 1.6 billion. From 2019 to 2024, it then earned 40 billion, delivering 6.7 million vehicles. Market cap is now $1.1 trillion. Important to remember, most of the time, when all is said and done, a business valuation should represent the present value of its future free cash flows. The aforementioned companies, with aggressive cash burn, tested this premise hard, built large-scale data-driven network effects based on product excellence and constant improvement, developed technology-driven competition advantage, and ultimately proved naysayers wrong. Only time will tell which side of the money-making equation the current AI aspirants will land. I think, though, there is something to say that OpenAI has burned $63 billion, though. Arguably, that's how much they've made money. That is way more than most of everyone they just talked about. So it's still like the scale is much larger. What about future monetization plus profits, AI monetization possibilities, new entrants, and or tech incumbents? All right. To understand where AI model economics may be heading, one can look at the mounting tension between capabilities and cost. The training of the most powerful models has become one of the most expensive capital-intensive efforts in human history, as frontier performance pushed towards ever larger parameter counts and more complex architectures. Model training costs are rising into the billions of dollars. Ironically, this race is to build the most capable general-purpose models, maybe accelerating commoditization and driving diminishing returns as output quality converges across players and differentiation becomes harder to sustain. Yeah. I mean, it's already commoditized, arguably. We're racing to the bottom for price. At the same time, the cost of using these models, known as inference, is falling quickly. Hardware is improving. For example, did we read this already? I swear we read this. We haven't, okay. Couple that with breakthroughs in model algorithm efficiency and the cost of inference is plummeting. Inference represents a new cost curve, and unlike training costs, it's arcing down, not up. As inference becomes cheaper and more efficient, the competitive pressure amongst LLM providers increases, not on accuracy alone, but also latency, uptime, and cost per token. Yeah, competitive pressures increases. Yeah, latency less so. I haven't really had many uptime. We haven't like uptime issues with ChatGPT's been down like a few times, but Claude's been down. Claude was, actually, I say that Claude was down, I swear, like last week or this week sometime. What used to cost dollars can now cost pennies, and what cost pennies may soon cost fractions. Okay, we've read this up before. I swear they put that from earlier. We've literally read this. This is okay. We're skipping this. Varying degree of vertical integration. This is already. This is a previous slide. I don't know. Specialization of 10 leading AI companies. Oh, this is interesting. I like this. Developing models and chatbots. All 10 of these companies are building generative AI tools that can create content, including text, images, and video. Building AI infrastructure. These 7 companies, both tech giants and AI upstarts, are also providing the hardware and data centers that provide the power and infrastructure needed to run AI systems. No core weave. And it says, for OpenAI, it says, has partnership with Oracle, SoftBank, and MGX to build a proposed Stargate data center network. And we have providing AI cloud services. The top cloud providers offer platforms to help businesses leverage AI tech in their own products and workflows. Yeah, and I think these guys right now are likely going to be profiting the most off of it. Yeah, this is an interesting visualization too, because it's kind of inherits. Like, you know, it's like OpenAI is also developing models and chatbots. Google does, you know, and all the three of these guys do all three. Like they do the entire stack, the entire verticality of all the AI application stuff, all the AI supply chain. You could break this out further, and I think it'd actually be an interesting visualization. All right, new entrants. AI new entrants equals rapidly laying groundwork. Consumer subscription model driving monetization. OpenAI, ChatGPT, AI, xAI's Grok, Google Gemini, Anthropic Claude, and Perplexity. It's pretty much $20 is the base. Minus xAI Grok because it's grouped in with X Premium or whatever the fuck. Yeah, $19.99. They're underpricing by a penny. What is this though? I swear Anthropics is $20 a month. Oh, it's annual discount. Flexi's 20. Then we got developer API fees. Yeah, I mean, we look at, I swear we look at Open Router like every stream. Rapid revenue growth. ChatGPT paid subscribers. OpenAI revenue. We've looked at this. Anthropic API generative search. Anthropic annualized revenue 20 times to $2 billion in 18 months. Perplexity's revenue 7.6 times to 120 million in 14 months. Line up and to the right. Line up and to the right is just the best way to summarize this entire report so far. Glean. We've looked at Glean before. I think they're a HR type of startup. 10x, 100 million in 24 months. We have 35% faster ramp to $5 million of annually recurring revenue versus SaaS companies. Versus SaaS comparables per Stripe. Top 100 AI companies versus top 100 SaaS companies. Median time to analyze revenue milestones. Interesting. Yeah, this is a cool. I assume that the 24 months is AI companies. Tech incumbents. AI minus tech incumbents equals broad and steady product feature rollouts. Optimizing product distribution to roll out AI. Yes. I'm so glad they touched on this. This is the platform argument that I keep making. Existing platforms could snap their fingers and be in front of Like, Google could snap their fingers and put their products in front of, 5 billion users. Meta could snap their fingers and put their products in front of 3 billion users. OpenAI only has ChatGPT right now, and their upcoming AI device with Johnny Ive. While ChatGPT has 800 million plus users via its website and app, tech incumbents have billions of global users on devices and platforms with ongoing AI product rollouts. Canva background remover with Magic Media. Number of tool use. Says background remover, Magic Media. It's going up. Spotify AI DJ, bro. Okay, but the AI DJ is bad. Let's be real. It's okay. My girlfriend likes it. I just haven't tried it out, and it's not on desktop. Like, I don't know if I have to enable it, but I need to give it another try. When I tried it before, it was dog shit. But I think it's only on mobile, so I don't really listen to much music on mobile right now. So I need to give it another shot, to be fair. Give it a fair chance. We got Copilot. Yeah, cumulative chats held 15 billion, looks like. Meta platforms. Meta's a unique use case because they're actually more so using it behind the scenes, more so than they are like for like products, because their fake social profile products has kind of failed, and like it's yeah. Meta could use some work on creating more consumer facing products. Then you got XAI. Grok is the only use case I see Grok is people adding it on Twitter or on X under a post being like, Grok, is this true? Gork, is this true? Google Gemini chatbots, 400 million users. Yeah, but exactly. The AI overviews and embedded in Google search has 1.5 billion. Billy. Amazon Rufus. It's a little bit more normal, like, linear growth rate here, not exponential. Oh, this is money. Amazon America retail sales growth merchandise value. That's hard to directly. Yeah, Rufus announcement. It's kind of just stayed the same. Let's be real. We got TikTok Symphony AI Assistant, where Symphony Assistant is hosted. TikTok.com. Never heard of this one. And we got Apple Intelligence. Yeah, bro, look at this. Oh, this is iPhone sales. Shit. Yeah, but this also has gone down. But Apple Intelligence kind of embarrassing. But we got WWC next week, so we'll see more on this soon. Microsoft AI product revenue estimated 175% increase. Revenue from our AI business was above expectations. Commercial booking increased 18%. 175% increase is crazy. XAI generative search. They make money on this? Annualized revenue up materially. Palantir USA commercial customers. Yeah. Up 65%. This one it's like Palantir does have a lot of AI products, so. Alright, AI monetization possibilities, horizontal platform, and or specialized software. To understand where enterprise AI monetization is headed, it helps to ask where software itself is consolidating. For decades, business software followed a familiar pattern. Build a specialized tool, sell it to a narrow user base, and scale up with a vertical within a vertical. This was the age of the vertical SaaS. Toast for restaurants, Guidewire for insurance, Viva for life sciences. Each tool solved a deep, narrow problem, but with the rise of foundation models and generative AI, others are gunning for these prizes. Enter the horizontal enterprise platform. Horizontal layers that combine AI native productivity search, productivity, search, communication, and knowledge management in one unified interface. I think I do want this. I don't really care about the communication, but knowledge management, I'm actively like working on a personal solution for that, driven by MCP and local MCP specifically. But there's really not a good user interface. This in general. If someone made a local user interface that did all of this, I would use that in a heartbeat. Think of Slack meets Notion meets ChatGPT all in one platform. Yep. I can honestly just Notion meets ChatGPT. This alone would be great. Slack is, I mean, adding this in for enterprise customers is like makes sense for like Teams, and that's what Microsoft's kind of doing. It's like you could like all their AI products are integrated within Teams, which is also integrated with their, like OneNote or SharePoint or whatever, however they, store information, which is also integrated with Copilot. Horizontal enterprise platforms could usher in a new form of monetization, not by selling siloed software licenses, but by charging for intelligence embedded throughout the stack. The value shifts from tools to outcomes, from CRMs to automated deal summaries, from service desk to AI-powered resolution flows. These horizontal capabilities are still early, but they're already being harnessed by incumbents and upstarts alike. Microsoft is integrating Copilot across the stack. Zoom and Canva are layering Gen AI into user-facing workflows, while Databricks is infusing Gen AI into its data and developer stack. Meanwhile, startups like Glean are betting on AI-first workflows to challenge the suite model, but specialist vendors aren't standing still. Yeah, and I mean, this is hard because it's the generalist versus specialist argument. For businesses, though, it could work both ways. It just depends on the problem you're solving, I feel like. And I see that no different with AI. Specialist vendors aren't standing still. If anything, they're absorbing AI faster. Yeah, and actually, yeah, just unpacking this a little more. And I'm talking fast, sorry, but we gotta move. Got like 30 minutes. Yeah, with the specialist, I also could see it being much easier for a specialist vendor, like in a single vertical, to integrate, or like create an AI to be really good at that one single vertical. Because I think that's kind of like the agent argument right now too. Is like a single task workflow. It's like just being in one vertical makes it a little bit easier. So you could spend more time being really good at that one thing. I guess that's exactly the same argument for specialists or generalists, so Embedding copilots, automating workflows, and fine-tuning models are on proprietary industry data. These platforms already have the workflows, the trust, and the structured data that AI thrives on. The trust. I'm so glad I hope they talk more about trust in this. That gives them a head start in deploying domain-specific intelligence. AI doesn't just summarize a meeting, but flags regulatory risks, optimizes pricing in real time, or drafts FDA-compliant documentation. In many cases, their incumbency becomes their advantage. They can roll out an AI as a feature, not a product. Monetize it without changing the buying motion. Interesting. This is actually probably one of the most valuable paragraphs I've found so far in the entire thing. A lot of the data we've like, as someone like I read pretty much most AI market reports, so I've kind of seen a lot of this data, and so a lot of the charts aren't even new. But I like the commentary is really where I find a lot of the value. This is interesting. Incumbency becomes their advantage, and this is why though the platforms are to do this. They could use their incumbency in a existing, like in a spot in a workflow, like search for Google. Likely people just default to Google for search. So if they could just put their AI product in front of people on search, like they're doing with summarizations, there's still a lot of friction to get the actual their AI research model, but the incumbents have the platforms that they could just roll these things out and get immediate eyes and users in to start, iterating and collecting data. The next chapter of AI monetization may not be a winner-take-all battle, but a convergence. Horizontal platforms will push breadth, stitching together knowledge bases across functions. Specialists will push depth, delivering AI that speaks the language of compliance, contracts, and customer intent. The question isn't whether platforms or specialists win, it's who can abstract the right layer, own the inference, capture the logic of work itself. In the AI era, monetization won't just follow usage, it'll follow attention, context, and control. Yeah, and I think who can abstract the right layer, again, going back to technological adoption curve, as we get more adoption, the complexity needs to be abstracted to make it easier for people who are not familiar with new technologies to use. So as we climb up this and as we get more usage, as the kind of curve goes, the actual usage curve goes up over here, the complexity needs to go away. It needs to be easier. And arguably, it's actually crazy how much complexity that something like ChatGPT has abstracted already behind, like ChatGPT itself is an insane abstraction from like what, like, actually AI is, like generative AI, large language models are. So it'll likely get more so it'll likely get more abstracted inside of these like specific platforms that they're talking about, the horizontal platform push. Horizontal platform. Horizontal enterprise platform equals SaaS incumbents or large language model challengers. And I actually think too, yeah, okay, let's just read this. We already read this. Number of mentions on AI in corporate earnings calls. Yeah, we looked at this like not too long ago. Okay, so now we're going into the SaaS incumbents. Here we go. And so likely it's going to be these four we're going to talk about. I think Google and Microsoft are really the big ones. Also, this is definitely, yeah, okay, enterprise. Yeah, we're talking about enterprise. Microsoft Copilot. GitHub Copilot public launch. Up. Like this is so steep compared to previous, like it's crazy. Yeah, by far the most widely adopted AI-powered developer tool. Just, yeah, okay, this is, oh man, like this is such a good use case because why is Copilot the most widely adopted AI-powered developer tool? Because people who use VS Code, another platform that Microsoft owns, Microsoft just snapped their fingers and Copilot was right in VS Code and immediately could start using users. Whereas think about a competitor like Cursor, you have to go and download a new program, like create an account, like, there's much more friction because you have to move to a different platform. Copilot or Microsoft just owning VS Code as a platform was very valuable for them to push their Copilot product in front of millions of users. And then we got 365 Copilot, which this is the same, just not for coding now. It's for, people using Microsoft Office Suite. Percent of CIOs expecting to use Microsoft 365 Copilot over the next 12 months, per Morgan Stanley. And a lot of times with Copilot too, if you are in a organization that uses the Microsoft stack of software, the Microsoft software suite, it's likely bundled in. Microsoft Copilot is likely bundled in the pricing, and so it's a enterprise AI tool that you could use that a company has control over, like data access and such. And it's like, the company already has an existing relationship, i.e. trust, with them to be able to use this. My girlfriend the other day asked me, like, how can I use AI at work? And I was like, oh, you should just ChatGPT. Like, I don't know. Go to chatgpt.com or chat.com. And when she went there, it was actually blocked. And instead it said, oh, like, go to Copilot instead. And I was like, But it's this, again, it's the platform that Microsoft could just funnel everyone into. Adobe's a good one too. Adobe Firefly. Cumulative number of digital assets generated by Adobe Firefly, which is a image generation. And video looks like now too. Up and to the right. Atlassian Intelligence, bro, whichever AI model, whichever model Atlassian uses for Atlassian Intelligence, is the most depressed AI model. Bro, shuffling through the thousands of Jira tickets and dealing with that bullshit. Bro. Atlassian is getting turned on first when it comes to AI getting revenge. Let's be real. Do robots dream of sheep? No, they dream of Jira tickets disappearing, hopefully. But look how many people are using it. Holy shit. Zoom AI company. AI companion. Again. Up and to the right. Canva Magic Studio. I've never heard of this. No need to toggle between multiple AI tools or learn lots of different software. All the best AIs at your fingertips, created by 90% of the world's most complex design skills. Yeah, and this is a good example of more abstraction. So you being able to do more in an easier way, where the complexity is hidden behind a very well designed application or UI. Salesforce, Agentforce, and Salesforce is way early. They're very early on with especially agents. But Salesforce is, again, a huge enterprise platform that most companies, I use Salesforce quite a bit at my previous company for data stuff. Like Data Cloud right here. Salesforce is just intertwined, and like it's like their friction for moving away from for a company to move away from Salesforce is extremely high. So again, the platforms, the friction that they're able to create, or just that just exists based off of the product, make it a competitive advantage all of a sudden. Paid Agentforce deal signed a year. It's like tripled. Now, large language model challengers. This section is by far the most valuable so far. OpenAI next gen all-in-one enterprise platform. OpenAI just yesterday announced more business use cases, more business features that are okay. Actually, I mean, this would be actually a good analysis, like looking at the features that something like ChatGPT, which is an all-in-one platform, offers, and comparing it to applications. Like, I guess they're kind of doing it here. It's like 9 applications. 400 million paid users over 34 years. 1 application, 20 million paid users over 2.5 years. Like, but I think that like expanding and looking in what vertical ChatGPT competes with at each company is kind of interesting. OpenAI ChatGPT equals a potential horizontal enterprise platform. Number of ChatGPT business users. Since ChatGPT launched just 9 months ago, we've seen teams adopted to over 80% of Fortune 500 companies. Yeah, but also, now this is still true though. I would say a lot of my companies like no ChatGPT, like only Copilot or whatever at the time it was called Bing Chat or some shit. But yeah, I think this will continue to grow. Although I think it's either, if you likely are an incumbent, you already are using Microsoft suite of tools, unlikely that they're going to be like, okay, yeah, let's also get a subscription to ChatGPT for everyone. Because Microsoft's probably like, hey, we'll just give you Copilot and you could use OpenAI's models in Copilot. Like, I mean, that's a bigger analysis, but specialized software. Whoa. Specialized software opportunities in fragmented markets per process. This is a crazy chart. What are these circles? Fragmented large markets, enterprise dominated, mid-market niche, and SMB. Yeah, okay. Dentists, physicians. This is a very interesting. I want to actually just read this entire chart, like, in general. This is interesting because, yeah, like, if you think about it, like legal services, dentists, physicians, a lot of times it's individual offices. It's not a large corporation that dominates a market. Like restaurants, a lot of individual mom and pop restaurants, dentists, computer design. It's like, this is interesting, actually. USA number of industry by company number share. I guess the like specialized software opportunities in fragmented markets. The argument is probably if you introduce an AI feature in these markets, it's probably I guess it goes back up to what they're saying here at the very top with platform specialists win who can abstract the right layer. These are likely going to be harder to penetrate though because they're more fragmented, whereas an enterprise, they already have such a large user base for that specific use case. So like airlines, telecom, you only need to sell, or you only need to, you only need like a few companies to be able to corner a market or get a AI product in front of the market. Versus like the more fragmented, it's like you need to sell to 1,000 different companies to get a large portion of that industry / customers, consumers, whatever. And able to specialize software at large service industries growing very quickly. Software engineering, yes. Product development, yes. That's arguably similar to software engineering, or at least a step before it. Healthcare, legal, customer service, financial services. AI enabling specialized software companies at large service industries growing very quickly. Software engineering. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think most people who are very into AI right now are likely, or have been following it for a while, are likely in the tech sphere and can code and have an idea of the coding, like IDE / assistant / agent space. Cursor just released Cursor 1.0, I think, yesterday or the day before. So, yeah, look at this though. This is crazy, bro. Insane. Product, and then like, I guess product development, Lovable. I would assume Lovable is in the software engineering space. Yeah, AI-powered application development platform that enables you. Okay. 13x revenue, going up. I guess Lovable is Cursor is more of an IDE, like an editor, versus Lovable is like a I guess it's a little different. Healthcare, a bridge, 50 million to 117 million in 5 months. And able to specialize software. Okay, we got legal now. Professional class AI. RV at 10 million to 70 million annual revenue in 15 months. Customer service. I mean, I feel like Agent Force with Salesforce as an example, too. 1 million to 10 million in 1 year. Daegwon, I love that name. Look at that. 10x. 10x in 1 year. For a startup. Like, in revenue. That is crazy. That's like, it's like lines that describe, or the 3 lines so far that describe this report is unprecedented, that's crazy, and line up and to the right. AlphaSense for financial services. I've not heard of AlphaSense. I wonder if they're a consumer. Help me do market research. Yeah, they're enterprise. Consumers use it. Yeah, 150 million to 420 million in 2 years. Like 150 to 4, like there's like certain barriers like in the hundreds of millions for like revenue that you need to get over. The fact that they like doubled at 150 million in 2 years is crazy. Crazy. Okay, next AI use case, frontiers, broad and varied. Okay, so highlights. Okay, so it says highlights. Next AI use cases, use case frontiers. Medical discovery and development. Microsoft is already working on this. I swear another one of the larger, more popular tech companies released maybe it was Google. Yeah, Google. They launched some sort of scientific discovery platform, which I think is, kind of similar to this. Precision manufacturing. Interesting. I don't know enough. I can't think of, like, this is like CNC and shit, like maybe robotic arms. I can't really think about like exactly how AI could help with that. I'm not sure. Multi-purpose robotics. Yeah, I mean, this one's obvious. This is already pumping. Autonomous scientific research. Maybe this is actually more so what Microsoft Discovery in like the Google program is talking about. That's less medical. Although they could, yeah. Supply chain optimization, cybersecurity and threat detection. This is a big one. This is arguably already the case, especially with like CrowdStrike and the like. Also, as AI becomes a good hacker, like on the offensive, we're gonna have to create defensive as well. And so I think this cybersecurity and threat detection is probably going to be a big one after software engineering. I wouldn't be surprised if that is like the first out of all of this. Personalized education too. This one's already going in. I think with personalized education, the fact that we're seeing such good success with having AI help kids learn in a personalized way, this is also going to be a big one, if it's not already. Autonomous finance. This one's good. I don't know how much I trust AI. Actually, I feel like a lot of problems in investing for normal consumers is emotion. So if you could remove the emotion out of it. Environmental and climate monitoring. This is another cool one. There's some. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I feel like we covered someone doing that AI space on here, but I can't remember. Energy grid management. This is an interesting one too. Hang on, I need to check my calendar real quick. Make sure I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay, two. Yeah, I have until 2. I thought it might be 1:30. Okay, model size plus 290% annually, the 98 billion parameter over 4 years. Size of major protein. Oh, this is protein sequencing. Oh, I see. These are some highlights. Yeah, look at this, bro. Growth, insane growth. That's what we see. Synthetically generated protein data yields 1,000 times expansion via AlphaFold. I don't quite understand this stuff, we'll say, but okay. AI monetization threats, rising competition, plus open source momentum, plus China rise. All right, we got 90 slides to go through in 30 minutes. We could do it. Rising competition, AI model releases. On the back of Google's Attention is All You Need Transformer research paper in 2017, the first wave of modern AI, LLMs, focused on text models such as OpenAI's GPT-3, Meta's Llama 1, showed that teaching computers to finish sentences at scale could unlock broad reasoning abilities. Yet human communication is rarely text-only, and often not even text-first. Images, audio, video, and sensor readings carry context that words alone miss. So researchers at the same companies and peers like Google, Anthropic, and XAI, among others, began extending language models to handle additional signals. Multimodal AI models are the result. Yeah, and Google, in an interview, Google DeepMind CEO Dennis Hassabis, he said that initially, because Google has kind of been multimodal the entire time, and like he said, initially it was much harder, and there's more challenges, but now it's like the payoff is so great because they could integrate it within everything and not have to worry about adding a different modality, like, you know, image or audio or whatever. It's like they just had that from the beginning, and I think now they're going to see real payoffs with that. And we see OpenAI definitely putting more work and effort into that. Claude too. I think Claude just Anthropic just released some sort of voice thing with Claude. So yeah, this is definitely the future. Especially if we do want these like general AI models, large general AI models. They embed text, pictures, sound, and video into a shared representation and generate outputs in any of those formats. A single query can reference a paragraph in a diagram, and the model can respond with a spoken summary or an annotated image without switching systems. Each new modality forces models to align meaning across formats rather than optimize for one. The path to this capability unfolded stepwise. OpenAI's Clip paired vision and language in 2021. Meta followed with Image Bind in 2023 and Chameleon in 2024. and by 24 to 25, frontier systems such as GPT-4o, Claude 3, and Chameleon have been fully multimodal. They didn't even mention Google, which is interesting. Each new modality forced the models to align meaning across formats rather than optimize for one. The payoff is practical. A field engineer can aim a phone at a phone camera at machinery and receive a plain language fault diagnosis. A clinician can attach an X-ray to a note and get structured report draft. An analyst can combine charts, transcripts, and audio clips into a single query. Compared with text-only models, multimodal systems cut context switching, capture richer detail, and enable applications. Quality control, assistive tech, content creation, where visual or auditory information matters as much as words. Yep. I think, again, it's like the human, like they said up here, it's like humans, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I think at least image and images and audio, which video is just images, just a bunch of images, you gotta have, if you want like general use cases. Large scale multimodal model releases, 1,050. I mean, it's like from like 3 to 25, you know, but still. Large scale language models, 420% increase in model release over 2 years. But it is crazy to think, even in 2025, we're, you know, halfway through the year and we still beat 2022. Although not sure if we're on the same cadence as 2024, but yeah. 109% increase in models released year over year for vision models, looks like. Image models. Again, a little less. The multimodal ones are definitely like the big tech companies are really the only ones who are gonna, or like, you know, OpenAI, or the large companies are really the ones that are gonna focus on this. Because you kind of need a good base text model still. Yeah, okay. Speech and audio model examples. Oh no, speech and audio models, 367% increase. Again, like this, it's still like a low numbers, but yeah. 120% increase in models for video. Really notably is VO. VO's been insane. I've been seeing so many videos of from VO3. OpenAI ChatGPT, biggest at 5.1 billion site visits. You can see this. Is this the Studio Ghibli? I think this is when it launched it, maybe. Like, it's gone a lot since then. DeepSeek and XAI Grok also rising. Yeah, DeepSeek is peaked and then it's gone down a little bit. XAI Grok. And then this is Perplexity and then Claude. Interesting, Perplexity's higher. I would have thought Claude would be. LM competition product releases during week of May 19. It wasn't just Google's annual I/O conference. Yeah. Which we covered all of these on stream here, actually. Gemini, Google I/O at Gemini really, it's pretty much, it should have been called Gemini I/O, not Google I/O. Copilots, Microsoft Build last week. Then we got Anthropic, Claude with Code with Claude. And then OpenAI announced the acquisition of Johnny Ive's company I/O. Open source model momentum. To understand where AI models development is headed, it helps to examine how two distinct approaches, closed source and open source, have evolved and diverged. In the early days of modern machine learning, most models were open source, rooted in academic and collaborative traditions, but AI systems became more powerful and commercially valuable, and as development shifted from academia to industry, a parallel movement emerged. Around 2019, when GPT-2 was launched with restrictive weights, the development of proprietary closed source models motivated by proprietary interest, or commercial interest, competitive advantage, and safety concerns. Closed models followed a centralized, capital-intensive arc. These models, like OpenAI's GPT-4 and Anthropic's Claude, are trained with proprietary systems on massive proprietary datasets, requiring months of compute time. Proprietary datasets is arguable because it's just scraping the internet, but okay. require months of compute time and millions in spending. They often deliver more capable performance and easier usability, and thus are preferred by enterprises and customers and consumers. And increasingly, governments. However, the trade-off is opacity. No access to weights, opacity being like transparency. No access to weights, training data, or fine-tuning methods. What began as a research frontier became a gated product experience served via APIs, licensed to enterprises, and defended by legal and commercial firewalls. Now the AI race is coming full circle. As LLMs mature and competition intensifies, we are seeing resurgence of open source models owing to their lower costs, growing capabilities, and broader accessibility for developers and enterprises alike. These are freely available to anyone to use, modify, and build upon, and thus are generally preferred by early stage startups, researchers, academics, and independent developers. Or those who just value privacy too. Platforms like Hugging Face have made it frictionless to download models like Meta's Llama or Mistral's Mixtral, giving startups, academics, and governments access to frontier-level AI without billion-dollar budgets. Open source AI is becoming a garage lab of the modern tech era. I like that analogy. Fast, messy, global, and fiercely collaborative. And China, as of Q2 2025, based on the number of large-scale AI models released, is leading the open source race. And with 3 large-scale models released in 2025, DeepSeek R1, Alibaba's Qwen 32B, and Baidu's Ernie 4.5. I've not heard really anything of Baidu Ernie. Maybe I have, I don't know. And to be made open source as of 6/30. Okay, so this is like brand new. And I think this is definitely a strategy by China because they want to flood the markets with, if we talk about the American AI infrastructure versus the American/democratic AI infrastructure versus the Chinese/communist AI infrastructure, China just wants to flood the markets with their free models to get as many people using their models as possible. Versus paying large sums or just paying it all for more proprietary models, which arguably are better in some instances, but for those who don't want to pay, they will just own the kind of open source quote unquote like model market, but they're kind of flooding it to get people to use it more. I'm trying to think of a proprietary model that's out of China that's just as good. I mean, I'm sure like Huawei or someone has one. They split the split has consequences. Open source is fueling sovereign AI initiatives, local language models, and community-led innovation. Closed models, meanwhile, are dominating consumer market share and large enterprise adoption. Interesting about this sovereign versus consumer and enterprise. We're watching 2 philosophies unfold in parallel: freedom versus control, speed versus safety, openness versus optimization, each shaping not just how AI works, but who gets to wield it. Estimated share of monthly active users across 6 leading LLMs. Grok, I guess Grok is technically open. Grok 1. But, I mean, look, closed source is clearly, like, dominating. Because, with the closed ones, especially as a consumer, you need a piece of hardware that could run it still, and that just alone limits a lot. Training compute resources, open versus closed. Interesting that closed is actually potentially using more. This gap is closing, China rising, performance on math level 5. Yeah, benchmark tests or whatever, though, nowadays. Like, we're pretty much getting at saturation, so it's like, But, I mean, I guess it is, like, just something. But yeah, it's close. China, AI model performance by provider. Coding. I mean, yeah, they're all, like, very similar. Maybe quantitative reasoning. DeepSeek is actually up there. Reasoning and knowledge, yeah, I mean, they're about the same. Developers using AI. Rising performance of open source models plus falling token costs equals explosion of usage by developers using AI. Closed source models like GPT-4, Claude, or Gemini have dominated usage among consumers and large enterprises, largely because of their early performance advantage, ease of use, and broader awareness. These models came bundled in clean, productized interfaces and offered reliable outputs with minimal setup. For enterprises, they promised security and ease of use for non-technical employees, abstracting away the complexity. For consumers, they came with the name recognition, fast onboarding, and polished UX. Yep, going in front of their existing workflows too. That combination has kept closed models at the center of AI mainstream, but performance leadership is no longer a given. Open source models are closing the gap faster than many expected. In doing so, at a fraction of the cost to users, models like Llama 3, DeepSeek have demonstrated competitive reasoning, coding, and multilingual abilities while being fully downloadable, fine-tunable, and deployable on commodity infrastructure. Yeah, with the commodity infrastructure, it's like, yeah, we're getting there. I would say commodity infrastructure would be any PC, laptop, or desktop. I think phone is like, we're getting there, but for developers that matters. Unlike enterprise buyers and end users, developers care less about polish and more about raw capability, customization, and cost efficiency. Yep. And that's what I'm saying. People want the best models for the cheapest price. And we tend to like customization, which goes very much in line with the local models. And its developers, more like any other group, who have historically been the leading edge of AI usage, in recent trend appears increasingly clear. More developers are gravitating towards low-cost, high-performance models, using them to build apps, agents, and pipelines that once required closed APIs. Time will tell if that advantage scales beyond the developer ecosystem. Many open source tools still lack the brand power, plug-and-play user experience. I think the plug-and-play user experience is big. And managed services that drive adoption among consumers and large organizations. But as cost-performance ratio of open models continue to improve, and if the infrastructure is supported to support them becomes more turnkey, those advantages could start to spread beyond the developer community. 3.4 times increase in downloads of Meta Llama in 8 months. Yeah, and Llama 4, especially now. 33% increase in AI models on Hugging Face. Excuse me. Yeah, audio, computer, multimodal, other. That's interesting. Natural language processing is biggest. Says, wait, 100k derivative models built off of Meta Llama alone. That's crazy. Open source, model momentum, and China's rise. As noted on page 8, Meta CTO Andrew Bosworth referred to the current state of AI as our space race, and the people we're discussing, especially China, are highly capable. In this context, it is important to remember that the stakes of the space race were proving which political system could innovate faster and win the world's trust in the process. Coming out on top in the space race played a role in enhancing USA's strategic deterrence and cementing the primacy of the Western democratic values. That's why I'm calling it democratic AI. Because this is exactly what it's proving to be. AI space race also has the potential to reshape the world order. Yep. China certainly knows these stakes. Back in 2015, Made in China 2025, a Chinese government initiative to shift the country from low-cost to high-value manufacturing and critical industries seemed decades away. Fast forward to today, and China has dramatically accelerated its capabilities in these strategic sectors, like robotics, electrification, and information technology, best expressed by world-class artificial intelligence. Chinese AI capabilities now underpin nationally strategic areas such as battlefield logistics, target recognition, cyber operations, autonomous decision-making platforms. In 2025, Chinese state media highlighted the integration of AI into non-combat support functions like military hospitals. While the Ministry of Science and Technology reinforced its commitments to indigenous innovation and strategic technologies. Been late today? Yeah, I'm trying to get through this entire 340-page report. Taking quite a bit longer than I expected, so. And I need to leave in 15 minutes, and yeah. So, Hey, if everyone's going for this, everyone's trying to summarize the report. I'm like, let's just look at the entire thing. No one's doing that. The implications of Chinese AI supremacy would be profound. As OpenAI Sam Altman noted in July 2024 Washington Post op-ed, if authoritarian regimes manage to take the lead on AI, they'll force US companies and those of other nations to share user data, leveraging the technology to develop new ways of spying on their own citizens or creating the next generation cyber weapons to use against other countries. And this is why I think the comparison to nuclear weapons is much better than the comparison to the space race. Because AI is inherently going to be used as a weapon if it isn't already being used for that purpose. Meanwhile, alongside AI, broader economic trade tensions between the US and China continue to escalate, driven by competition for control over strategic technology inputs, chips, rare earth minerals. China, for now, remains the dominant global supplier of rare earth minerals, there you go, materials essential to advanced electronics, defense systems, and clean energy infrastructure, an imbalance that the US is working hard to counter. Simultaneously, the US has prioritized the reshoring of semiconductor manufacturing supported by the CHIPS and Science Act, although most of that's been gutted by Trump administration, and bolstered its partnership with allied nations, including Japan, South Korea, and the Netherlands, to reduce reliance on Chinese supply chains. Yeah, and Taiwan's pretty much the biggest person for chips, at least. Taiwan continues to play a pivotal role in this dynamic. Despite American invention of core semiconductor technology like transistors and EUV lithography, it's Taiwan's TSMC, the world's most advanced semiconductor foundry, that drives global semiconductor production and is therefore central to both countries' strategic calculations. Yeah, and we're now getting much more onshoring by TSMC. They're building out fabrication plants here in Arizona. But we still need to send the chips to Taiwan to finish and package them. So not everything still is onshored. It has taken a long time for the US to wake up, but after 2 decades of inaction, both political parties are calling loudly for change. While each has taken a different approach, export controls in the Biden administration, economic nationalism, and reshoring in the Trump administration, the move towards treating cutting-edge technology development as a core part of the national interest is a welcome adjustment. As Senators John Cornyn and Mark Warner noted in 2020 regarding semiconductors, America's innovation in semiconductors undergirds our entire innovation economy. Unfortunately, our complacency has allowed our competitors, including adversaries, to catch up. Crazy he said that in 2020. I guess there was a few years where we couldn't really build much stuff, but however, despite these measures, America's intellectual property remains at risk. Per OpenAI, we know PRC, People's Republic of China, based companies and others are constantly trying to distill the models of leading US AI companies. It is critically important that we are working closely with the US government to best protect the most capable models from efforts by adversaries and competitors to take US technology. Yes, and there's been reports that DeepSeek was essentially trained on data extracted from ChatGPT. What is clear, however, is that American tone about Chinese technology has morphed since the early 2000s. Enthusiasm around China's entry into the World Trade Organization, AI semiconductors, and critical minerals and technology developments in general are no longer viewed solely as economic or technology assets. They represent strategic levers of national resilience and geopolitical power, core to both US and China. I'm glad they're spending a lot of time on China because I don't see that being talked a lot about in the AI sphere, especially the tech AI sphere. No one really no one really talks about like that, I guess. Whereas I feel like it's arguably a big motivator for American AI innovation. Global public companies ranked by market cap. Yeah, we have. And it's crazy that this is the case, but China is going to win on this single technology that will potentially change the world. Meanwhile, we just win in everything else, but it doesn't even matter anymore. You know, and like that's what this is showing. It's like if we're going just based on market cap, which is a good indicator of like value created, 83%, 25 out of 30 are US based. Global public companies ranked by market cap. Wait, this is 95 now. 16 of the 30 are USA based. Look at Japan. Crazy that Japan has fallen so much. These are all banks though, which is also very interesting. Nippon Telegraph in 95. 128 billion. That's crazy. Toyota also. Toyota. Okay, over the past 30 years, 1995 to 2020, just 6 companies remained on the top 30 most highly valuable publicly traded global companies. Microsoft, Walmart, ExxonMobil, Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, and Coca-Cola. Crazy that these are, it's like not even a specific industry, it's very widespread. Maybe like Johnson, I mean, maybe like medicine, but no, Johnson & Johnson's like household shit. And they do vaccines too, I guess, but still. New entrants are Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, Google, Saudi Aramco, Meta, Tesla, Broadcom, Berkshire Hathaway, TSMC, JP Morgan Chase, Visa, Eli Lilly, Tencent, MasterCard, Netflix, Costco, Oracle, Home Depot, SAP. SAP? Really? Bank of America, ICBC, AbbVie, Palantir. In 1995, USA had 53% of the most valuable companies and 83% in 2025. Japan came next with 9, now 0. Switzerland followed with 3, now 0. UK had 2, now 0. In 2025, new geographic entrants include China with 2 and Saudi Arabia / Taiwan / Germany with 1 each. Oh, SAP is German? I actually never knew that. Yeah, Taiwan, TSMC, Saudi Arabia, Saudi Aramco. Global technology companies ranked by market caps. Here we go. But still, it's 70% are USA based. That's crazy. Tencent, SAP, ASML, which is, they make the chip manufacturing. They make like lithography devices for TSMC up here. This is an interesting chart because if we look at like, I wonder if like ASML sells to Tencent or sells to TSMC, and TSMC sells to all of these companies up here. We got Samsung, South Korea, Reliance in India, China Mobile, Siemens. Yeah. We got 95, 53%. Singtel, Telecom, that's interesting. Telecom Malaysia, Telmex, these are all telecom, like phones, because at the time, like, you know, 95 was like, mobile phones were taking off. It's so crazy to look at and like see. Toshiba was up here. Hitachi, Panasonic, these are all just like general large electronic conglomerates. Sony, Fujitsu. Cisco in 95, that's crazy. Alright, we're definitely not finishing this, I'm sorry. Just as we're getting to the good part, I have to go in like 10 minutes. Over the past 30 years, just 5 companies remain on the top 30 most highly valuable publicly traded global technology companies. Microsoft, Oracle, Cisco, IBM, and AT&T. New entrants are Nvidia, Apple, yeah. In 1995, USA had 53% of the most valuable companies. Japan had 30%, now 0. All these companies had 0, now had 1, now 0. 2025, new geographic entrants include China with 3, Germany with 2, Taiwan with 1, Netherlands with 1, South Korea with 1, India with 1. Note that while Taiwan has only one company on the list, TSMC, the company produces 80 to 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors and 62% of global semiconductors as of Q2 2024, per the Center for Strategic and International Studies and Counterpoint Research. It's stunning how much can change in a generation. The emergence of internet connectivity was foundational to most of the new ads. The emergence of AI will have the same type of effect over the next 3 decades, but likely faster. That's crazy. But yeah, it's true. And I think this is kind of what they're trying to paint a picture of before, is like the speed at which we're seeing growth in AI is like we've never seen before. But we needed the previous technologies to get to where we were before, get to where we are today. USA versus China in technology. China's AI response time significantly faster versus internet in 1995. And we keep comparing to internet in 1995 as the benchmark. USA and China outpacing the rest of the world. Cumulative large-scale AI systems by country. Yeah. And we got DeepSeek R1, which changed a lot. We got Alibaba's Qwen 2.5 Max. Baidu's Ernie 4.5. These are just, they already mentioned this before. They're just kind of going through all of them. LM performance catching up to USA models. Yeah, this is, we looked at the Stanford AI Index report on stream, so this is just pulled from that here. LM's achieving performance with lower training costs. LM training costs by year released. Interesting. GPT-4 is so much. LM's increasingly powered by local semiconductors. Yes. We've probably read this exact article on stream. Huawei is making a chip now to compete. Sometimes there's so much context to explain things. Like Nvidia got cut out of China. They were selling a nerfed H100 in China called the H20. The H20 now they can't sell in China because of Trump's administration's chip restrictions and license that needed to be sold there. Nvidia, Jensen Huang still really wants to sell there, but in the meantime, because China's been cut off from all these advanced chips, they've been developing their own chips. Specifically, Huawei released their, I can't remember the exact name, but it's a competitor that's similar to the H20 and H100, but it uses more power. It's similar in compute, but it uses more power. But power doesn't matter in China because they have much more of it than we do in the United States. So anyways, yeah, China's using their own chips now, not Nvidia. Number of industrial robots. Yeah, and this is clear. I mean, installed. China's way further ahead. But again, previously in this report, it sucks because like you got to watch this whole thing to really up to this point to know what I'm talking about. China obviously would be ahead in industrial robots just because of how much they manufacture. Like that makes sense to me. I don't know. So yeah, it makes sense. Industrial robots installed at base higher versus rest of the world. Number of industrial robots installed. USA. Way down here. And I could say a lot on the robots for the United States. A lot, like making the robot is one thing, but integrating the robot into your existing manufacturing like workflow is a completely separate skill set that a lot of the people who making the robots don't actually do. And there's been a lot of subsidies for states who literally match how much you pay for to get robots, but it doesn't even matter because integrating it is so terribly hard. Yeah, here's some industrial robots. This is an early prototype of figure. So like this is like robot arms are what most industrial robots are. Like humanoid robots are just not. It's a kind of a newer technology. China's consumer AI usage. DeepSeek rose quickly. Okay, I think we're gonna end here because I need to do a few things. We almost finished it all. We're getting to like the interesting stuff too. So I think we I don't know. I might stream tomorrow, but we'll finish this at some point. Let's go back. Let's see where we left off. Yeah, right here. So we're on slide 293. We're gonna leave off on 293. I know I said full report in the title, but I'll adjust it. All right, that's gonna do it for today's stream. It was long. How long have we been live? We've been live for almost 5 hours. We spent 4.5 hours looking at this report. This is actually about how much it took to go through the full AI 2027 report too, even though I actually haven't even gone through this full report, but Yeah, hopefully we learn something. I will say, if you do read a bunch of other industry reports, similar to myself, a lot of this will be repeat. Really, a lot of the juice was in slides after 200, even after like 250. To summarize what we've done so far, what we've looked at so far, though, everything is unprecedented. The growth with AI is unprecedented. The spending is unprecedented. Line go up and to the right. That's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what this report is getting at so far. But the strategy, the geopolitical stuff seems to be next. And so, yeah, I think it'll be good to look at this separately, because it is, I could yap for just on this for a long time. So, okay, that's gonna do it though for today's stream. Today is Thursday, so no stream tomorrow likely, but we will be back Monday, and we may continue this, or we'll do news. So if you watch this far, thank you so much. Subscribe, because you'll likely like my content. So, and like the video. I appreciate everyone hanging out, tuning in, showing up. See you next one. See you next stream. Monday, 9 a.m. Bye.